Wonderful. Though it won't be over until November, the March 3rd primary is a key moment in the Bexar County judge race. Republicans haven't won a county-wide office for a long time, and Democratic primary voters have two very well-known names to choose from in local politics. Now, I'm sure all of you in tonight's audience are local government experts, but I always appreciate a quick primer on what exactly we're talking about here. The Bexar County judge is not an actual judge, and the five-member County Commissioners Court is not an actual court in the judicial sense. What it is a governmental body created by the state to do things like oversee elections, manage the justice system, and handle infrastructure and law enforcement outside the urban centers. The goal of this debate tonight is to come away with a clearer understanding of these two candidates and how they would approach the role. Judge Sakai and former Mayor Nirenberg, we're going to start by asking you to make an opening statement, then we'll move into questions as well as follow-up questions on topics where we feel like more context is needed. You may also be awarded a 30-second rebuttal at my discretion. If you're ready, we'll start with a 1 minute and 30-second opening statements. Judge Sakai, you won the coin flip and elected to go first for both opening and closing statements. So please, will you make your opening statement?
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, San Antonio Report, Angie Mogg. Thank you, Greater Chamber, Jeff Webster, and Beth Altamirano for Tech Block. My name is Peter Sakai. I'm your current county judge, running for re-election. I'm asking for your vote and support tonight. I think what's important and what I want to open with is that I've been a public servant for 40 years. Many of you know me, maybe perhaps some of you don't know me. But what I hope to share with you today is to tell you who I am and the value sets that I bring. I'm the grandson of immigrants. My grandparents came from Japan, and when they came here, they were told to go back home. They were subject to racism and discrimination. My parents were, and the parents' family were incarcerated in internment camps during World War II solely because they were Japanese Americans. And as a result of that experience that my father taught me, I, as a former prosecutor, I, as a former judge, and now as county judge, have taken an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And I take that seriously. I do so now in this current events. And so what I hope that you will take away tonight is my heart and my spirit of 40 years of public service. And I hope, and I'm grateful to you. Some of you are my supporters, and some of you may not be. But I hope that at the end of the night, we will have a message from me that we need to come together as a community, especially in today's world. So I hope that you'll understand we may go back and forth. There may be a lot of words said, but I'm asking you to look at who I am.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight.
Thank you. Former Mayor Nirenberg, your opening statement.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ron Nirenberg, and I am running for Bexar County Judge because I believe in a brighter future for this community. In fact, I believe we have all the talent and resources in this community to be one of the strongest and most resilient places in Texas. But leadership is not just about ambition, it's about action, and that's my record as your mayor. We work together to overcome some of the most challenging period in American history, overcoming a global pandemic, moving our community forward to make investments in economic opportunity by expanding pre-K, making community college free for every local high school graduate, by creating mass transit for the first time and having a nationally modeled housing policy. And let me address the elephant in the room. Peter Sakai is a good and decent man, and I admire his work as a children's court judge. But that is not the job we are running for. The county judge, the CEO of a 2.2 million person constituency, 5,500 members in the organization, and oversees some of those critical functions of our community. And the issues that we're going to be debating today are the same ones that Peter promised to solve 3.5 years ago. So I'm running to fix things. I'm running to change things. I'm running to lead at a time when leadership is needed the most. We are facing extraordinary challenges in this community, but we have the resources and talent to move our community in significant ways with the right leadership at the top. And so I ask for your consideration to be the next Bexar County judge on March 3rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You took away my first question, which was, why are you running? But we'll go into that. To talk about that, let's do a minute and 30 seconds. This is a very unusual situation with two well-known Democrats facing off against each other for this role. So let's start with that obvious question. Mayor Nirenberg, why you ran now?
I'm running because we need action. We are reacting to every issue in our community right now, from a case backlog that persists because of lack of prosecutorial resources in the courts, as well in the district attorney's office, to jail overcrowding issues that continue to be exacerbated. We've got a healthcare access gap that continues to widen, despite the fact we have one of the largest publicly funded taxpayer-funded hospital systems in the entire state. These issues require collaboration and leadership, and most importantly, accountability from the top. You elect the leader of the county to make sure that we solve the problems that we're dealing with today, and that we can be accountable to the public that needs those things solved.
Thank you. Judge Sakai, your goal coming into this job was restoring order to the parts of county government you thought were ignored when you were a district court judge, as well as modernizing its technology and increasing transparency around its operations. You've had 3 years to take a stab. What big changes have you made in that time?
Great question, Lee. After 20, 30 years of my predecessor government and working in the district courts, I saw that county government was relatively inefficient. So what we've done is we focused in on the basic services. First, we balanced our budget. No property tax increase, no deficits, so that we can move forward. We're prepared to deal with the federal funding ending so that we don't have to put the burden on our seniors. I look forward to the leadership of making county government more effective and efficient, changing the procurement process, changing the purchasing agent, not making county government transactional, to put people first. As a public servant, I have put children and families first, and that's my North Star. And that's the reason why I want to continue, is because we have to provide basic services in public safety to keep our cities and streets and small businesses safe. We have public health to make sure that healthcare access and affordable housing.
Great. That was just someone's phone. That wasn't your time.
I'm sorry.
You can finish your thought if you have more you'd like to say.
All right, I was trying to abide by the rules.
Thank you.
That's important. It's called the rule of law. Can I have it? They told me not to take this because it says Pearl, but it's not the beer. It's artesian mineral water.
It is water.
Thank you, Lee, because you know how political, this game is real tough. Judge was drinking on the job. Oh, my.
All right.
And the time's up. So y'all know what I've done, where I'm going. We're going to make Bexar County more effective, efficient, more open and transparent. Guess what? New town hall budget meetings, never done in 20, 30 years. Backlog, the jail, that's 20, 30 years of underfunding. We have made commitments to the DA's office. We have made commitments to the sheriff's office. We will continue to lead to make a more effective and efficient government. Thank you.
Great. Bexar County is the only local taxing entity with a road and flood control line item on its portion of the tax bill. After one of the most deadly flood years in almost 3 decades, what do you think the county should be doing to address flood safety? We'll go to former Mayor Nirenberg first on that one.
Well, it's critically important that people know that we have a plan for dealing with the issues that we see coming at us, including flooding. And right now, despite the fact that this is one of the fastest growing places in the entire country, we have no plan for dealing with the infrastructure needs of communities out in the unincorporated area and the suburban area. So what we need to do is develop that plan in collaboration with the 26 other municipalities in this region, as well as the unincorporated developments. It is not enough to wait for a disaster to happen before we start investing in the resilient infrastructure that we need in this community.
Judge Sakai, please take that question.
Thank you, Ron, because what Bexar County did as a result of our leadership, as a result of the deaths last year at the Bidle Creek flooding, 13 deaths, should never happen. Bexar County stepped up. And what we did is we invested $21 million in partnership with the San Antonio River Authority to put the next-gen flooding warning system into effect. We didn't sit and wait to see what the city of San Antonio was going to do. We were hoping to partner. We didn't know what the state of Texas was going to do. They're giving out million-dollar grants, but we weren't going to slow down when it came to saving lives and to protect our community. So my vision and leadership was take action. I listened to both sides of the argument. Judge, it's a $21 million, but it was necessary to protect lives, and that's the reason why. You remember my heart and spirit, children and families first. fighting for those working families. We cannot have that next death because we weren't prepared, and that's the reason why the next generation flood control warning system is an advanced technology, real time. It will give first responders the ability to shut the roads down, put up warning signs so that people won't die what they did last June of last year.
I'm going to follow up on that question.
Onto that?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
I mean, that illustrates the problem. Warning systems mean nothing after people have already died. Bexar County has a responsibility in a 10-year flood program. There is no plan for after the 10 years. We know this is one of the fastest growing places in the entire country. We know we are in flood alley, and there is no plan beyond what the previous Commissioner's Court has already invested in. We need a regional plan that manages the infrastructure and needs of this community because of the growth that we're experiencing. And we also need to be smarter about how we deal with downstream flooding. More concrete culverts just speeds up the water that is killing people downstream. We've got to be a lot smarter with the knowledge that we have.
Judge Sakai, 30 seconds.
30
as well.
seconds. A plan without accountability is just noise. And that's the reason why I separate myself tonight to say the vision of leadership was to take action. As a district court judge, I have to make decisions. I have to be able to explain those decisions. And that's what I did. And that's what I'm doing as county judge. I am leading through a back-to-basics approach to government. We're not going to have no property tax increases. We're going to have no deficits whatsoever. We're prepared for the economic turmoil. We're going to go in with the food insecurity, with the healthcare insecurity, with affordable housing. We are prepared to meet the needs of our working families tonight.
Thank you.
And for the future.
I do have a follow-up on the flooding topic again, but it's a slightly different approach. And we'll go to you first on this one, Judge Sakai. Often when the county is in the spotlight, it's in the case of flooding, a global pandemic, or other such major crisis. Why are you the person voters should trust to be in the driver's seat for whichever inevitable crisis comes next?
Because we're getting a back-to-basics approach to government. People are hungry today. People have lack of access to health care. The university health system, the premier system in our current county hospital system. We're building 2 new hospitals. We're building 2 new clinics, especially in the underserved areas. We also have affordable housing, and county has stepped in partnership with the San Antonio Independent School District to build up affordable housing because that's the only way we save our urban core. We have to build up, we got to bring children and families back. Otherwise, those school districts, SISD, Harlandale, Edgewood, Southside will continue to diminish, and ultimately under the current public finance system, they're not going to survive. So the Bexar County, even though it's in the city of San Antonio, those city residents are also county residents. And I care for them, especially those that are part of the underserved class, the part that are still part of the generational poverty that we have still played with after his term as mayor.
Mr. Nirenberg, would you take the question about why should you be the one that voters trust to be in the driver's seat?
That's the issue here. And I hope we're talking about affordable housing afterwards because that deserves a lot of response. It's another plan without any funding. It's just a statement. We at the city have actually put a plan and funding in place in collaboration with the county, by the way. But with regard to the issue of why is the county responsible, why is the county judge on the hot seat, is because, as Nelson Wolff said, this is one of the weirdest forms of government under the sun because you have a number of different elected officials that have their own operational control of various parts of this government. They have budgetary control in some matters, but it's the Commissioner's Court, along with the county judge, that have to work together and control the budget and manage through leadership. And without a county judge who is going to articulate the vision for this community and be accountable to this community for the results that we need, there is no vision. And as Proverbs said, without a vision, the people perish. Right now, we have no vision, no accountability, and that's why I'm running for county judge.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know this, the San Antonio Report has a comprehensive primary voter guide, Republican and Democratic primary voter guides featuring profiles of all 250 candidates on the March 3rd ballot. So please use that to prepare your vote. Like many of those candidates, you each answered a questionnaire about your backgrounds and policy vision, and you both noted in the first sentence that you are the sons of immigrant parents in your bios of our 2026 voter guide. At a moment when the enforcement of U.S. immigration policies is so clearly dividing communities, What can a Bexar County judge do about any of this? Let's do a minute 30 on that, and we'll start first. We'll go with Judge Sakai on that one first. Yeah.
Judge Sakai
Yes,
first? All right. As I indicated in open, I'm the son of immigrants that saw, and history repeats itself. So I have condemned the federal authorities and the way they treat the undocumented immigrants, especially the children. And I did that based as a former judge and now county judge. I've condemned it as unconstitutional. I have put that dialogue into the record. We're going to have to face and put opposition. I've gone on record of opposing the ICE detention facility, and we're going to have to work everything we can. But what is the essence of county government, and as Ron states, the weirdness, it's not weird. It's state law. It's the Texas Constitution. All those authorities by the district attorney's office, the sheriff, the county judge, the county commissioner, all defined by statute, and you must follow the law. And we understand that in the current environment, sometimes the rule of law is not fair, but we must always respect the rule of law. And when I see an injustice, especially as the treatment of the undocumented immigrants, especially for those children that are being locked up, I am reminded the story of my father as a child during World War II who was incarcerated because he was a Japanese American. And that's why I talk passionately, and that's why I will continue to talk passionately, and that's the reason why I have the gravitas and the vision and the leadership of what we need to do. We will come together, but we have to come together as a community. We must be in unity. I must be able to talk to the other side to bring consensus so that at the very least, can we agree to disagree, or can we agree that the defense of the United States Constitution is what we have to do?
Thank you. Former Mayor Nirenberg, what can a Bexar County judge do about any of this? You both have been on social media making videos talking about this issue. It's clearly important to you both, and so Mayor Nirenberg.
Well, what we're seeing take place in communities across this country, what we are seeing throughout our community here in San Antonio is abhorrent, and we need to stand against it. And I believe we should have no part in the militarization of an arm of government that is really only accountable to one person, Donald Trump. And that arm of government is terrorizing residents of communities across the country. And so we not only have to make statements, we also have to take action to defend the rights of us. And so it's one thing to make statements, it's another to actually take action. And so with regard to these erosions of our rights, we have to work within statute, but also find ways to push back, perhaps through the courts, as I did as mayor, attacking some of the egregious legislation that the state government put in place to try to make us use our local resources in law enforcement to do the federal government's job. So there are things that we need to do, and frankly, with the ICE facility here in San Antonio, until ICE moves in, there is an opportunity to stop it. And to this point, I've only seen City Council try to take a stand at it. Every square inch of the city of San Antonio is also part of Bexar County.
I have a follow-up question.
But let me put on the
30
record.
seconds.
What I put on the record, I have stood with the sheriff, Javier Salazar. You don't see the sheriff assisting ICE in these unconstitutional acts of breaking down the door without a warrant, a judicial warrant. You don't see Commissioner's Court. The Commissioner's Court moved with my leadership with the vision and plan to protect the children by giving an immigrant defense for children and families. We are being sued. I was sued before by Attorney General Paxton on voter registration because I was protecting the right to vote. And I will protect the children who are entitled to due process at this time because that is what the United States Constitution requires, even though there are people that disagree with that. I will fight for the working families and the children and the families.
I'm glad you brought that up because follow-up to that question is that your Commissioner's Court was just sued by Ken Paxton for its use of taxpayer funds to pay for immigration-related legal services. Do you plan to continue to fund an immigration legal service fund through the county budget, even if the state fights it?
We're going to continue. We're going to fight. I beat him in court on voter registration, and I'll beat him again. And that's because I know the law. I know the Constitution. And although you don't have to be an attorney judge to be a county judge, all the prior county judges, you got to go all the way back 30 years before you see that there wasn't an attorney in that county judge. You need to understand the law. That's the reason why when the city tried to pass a paid leave ordinance under his administration, it was struck down. And guess what? I had to rule on that as a district court judge because it was quite clear it was unconstitutional. And unfortunately, the city had to spend a lot of money defending what was clearly an unconstitutional ordinance mandated paid leave, especially affecting small businesses. And I'm going to tell you, I support paid leave. I think it should be required, but it was unconstitutional. And Manny Pelaez, then city councilman, told the city council,
Thank you.
don't do that, and they did.
Thank you.
And that's your taxpayer money. And so that's the reason why I want to continue as
Just finish
county
your
judge to enforce the laws and the Constitution.
Yeah, we'll do a minute on that. I was also going to ask you if voters should expect you to take a approach in terms of pushing back on the state if you're serving as a leader of a legal subdivision of the state government.
I'll
If
be
you wanna-
sitting at council table like I did at the voter registration. I sat there and helped the lawyers.
That's for former Mayor Nirenberg. Would you take that one for 1 minute?
Absolutely, because being a subdivision of the state doesn't cede all of your rights to the state of Texas. We also have obligations to uphold the Constitution. And so absolutely, there is continued to be a voice in this community. But let me just clear this up because there's a little bit of obfuscation here. County judge mentioned that Ken Paxton, they sued Ken Paxton on the voter registration, beat him.
No.
You didn't try that. You
Paxton
didn't try that
sued
case,
the
Judge.
county.
Okay. Well, on the legal services, this is something I was proud that my city council colleagues also supported 8 years ago. And we didn't actually get sued. We're doing the same things. And so there are ways that we can work with our community, avoid the legal challenges that you've gotten into, and continue to defend the rights of the members of this community.
All right, you both have played central roles in San Antonio's effort to move the Spurs NBA arena downtown, known as Project Marvel. You've also both weathered some criticism for not moving fast enough to make it happen. We've heard some comments from each of you in recent weeks that seem to move the goalpost a little on how this all came together, so we want to dig in on each of your roles. I'd like you to take a minute, both of you, to tell voters exactly what role you played on Project Marvel, whether years ago or leading up to the election, and why you believe those efforts were in the community's best interest. But first, Judge Sakai, you campaigned hard to bring voters on board with the funding, but last week you said you don't support the city's overall development plan downtown since it doesn't do anything for the east side of San Antonio where the Spurs are located. How has your position changed so much in just a few months?
I need to clear it up, and I want to make it real clear tonight. I supported Proposition A, was the revitalization of the east side with the county facilities. I supported Proposition B, was what's for a new Spurs arena, which was only venue allowed by state law. Project Marvel was the city of San Antonio that was done in secret without the involvement of the county. I was given a 30-minute briefing last year, and that was the extent of it. I still don't know what Project Marvel. So I artfully said I opposed Project Marvel, but I went on record with Bob Rivard on the Big City, Small Town. I went on KSAT to say, in order to defend and promote Referendum B, which was the Spurs Arena, which would have been a revitalization, that's why I support. But let me tell you what the issue of Project Marvel is. The land bridge, the hotel, the moving of the chillers, a $4 to $5 billion. I caught holy heck from the community in regards to Project Marvel. So I separate, and I made it very clear, not only to the city, but to the Spurs. I was going to defend Proposition B for the revitalization, and I asked the city, and I asked the Spurs, can this referendums A and B be the revitalization of the east side, fulfill that promise that they made 20 years ago? Can it be a revitalization of the downtown? And with my leadership and vision, we passed A and B. I was one of the few elected officials that was out there, and I will continue to support the Spurs because we cannot lose them. And that's the reason why I was clearly, and I state clearly today, I support referendums A and B as it was stated in the venue election.
Okay. That was a minute and 30 seconds. We had a little snafu with the clock, but it'll be a minute and 30 seconds also for former Mayor Nirenberg. But it's hard to know how you contributed since much of it occurred when this project was happening behind closed doors. Can you tell us what exactly your role was in the early days and why you believe you acted in the community's best interests on this city-shaping project?
Sure. Well, first of all, That was anything but clear, and I don't know what it is with the all of a sudden 180, but let me remind folks, Peter Sakai put it on the ballot, he cut videos to support it, and then he was on stage saluting victory for it. So I'm not sure what about the 180, but let me remind folks, the arena doesn't happen without the investments that are part of Project Marvel. He knows that. They're part of the funding mechanism. If those developments don't occur that are part of Project Marvel, there is no arena. So that's a whole lot of disingenuous statements that my opponent just made. But let me be very clear about my role in this. There are so many things happening in downtown right now. We have one of the most unique downtowns in America. You've got the Alamo redevelopment, the Hemisphere project. You've got major investments happening in the Riverwalk. There's a lot of improvements with UTSA coming downtown. We need to think bigger than just a collection of projects and do something to uplift this community. And so in 2023, we met with Peter Sakai as the county leader, because if we're going to do anything related to downtown that's going to be complex like this, we need the city and the county involved. So to say that he was not involved, he's been in every single one of those meetings with the Spurs. And he knew about it, and he agreed with it, but he wanted his own plan for the east side fully baked, which is now still underway under his own non-disclosure agreements. And so the challenge was, we can't move forward together unless we move forward together. And so all of this that we're talking about now is convenient, recent memory, and it is concerning because what could be a transformational, uplifting moment for our entire community has turned divisive because of his convenient memory.
Judge Sakai, 1 minute to respond.
And what I said on the east side that created that mischaracterization and misstatement was, what was Project Marvel going to do for the revitalization of the east side? And after his 12 years as council and mayor, I've said, what has changed out here? And Project Marvel. So let me focus in as to my leadership and where we need to go in regards to project. First, the city needs to really clearly define it. And I don't know under the current mayor and council what Project Marvel still is. Do you? And as a result, I want the back to basics approach to government. I want parking. I want that traffic flow all to be fixed. Otherwise, Project Marvel and its grandiose schemes, whether it's a land bridge, whether it's a hotel, moving the chillers, revitalizing whatever, unless we focus on infrastructure, we got a nightmare coming in when that whole, now, the beauty of this is the Spurs are not leaving till I'm convinced, and we've had those talks to 2032. So for all those, like, when are those contracts coming out, Judge? We ain't shovel ready. So I want to focus in on basic county government, which is the focus is on infrastructure.
Thank you. Former Mayor Nirenberg, I think the other city leaders who ran in 2025 heard loud and clear from voters that they didn't like the closed door negotiations in the early part of Project Marvel. What lessons did you take away from how that project came together? And how would you assure Bexar County voters that major spending decisions will be treated with transparency and respect for public input? 1 minute on that one.
For all of the pursuit of making sure that we work together as one community so we don't end up back in 1997 with the city and the county on separate pages and promises made to the east side that never get fulfilled. The goal of bringing us all together falls flat when you have one entity not willing to work with the other. And so that's the lesson. The challenge here is, Peter mentions the importance of the east side. Right now, all we have is the $200 million that is going into the Freeman Coliseum grounds. The promises that are being made about the east side revitalization will not come true unless the east side residents are part of that process. And right now they are not. In fact, you have the two representatives that represent the east side communities who are barred from those talks. Councilman McKee Rodriguez, as well as Commissioner Tommy Calvert, need to be part of those discussions if we want to make sure that the goals of the east side community are met. And if we don't get this right, we will never get another opportunity for another generation to do something big again. So under my watch, I will make sure that the communities are included and we no longer have these kinds of discussions waiting for one entity to pull up from the other.
Have a rebuttal.
30 seconds.
Again, a misstatement. I have in my hand a memo to file. We had Commissioner Calvert at our April 2025 meeting. Councilman McKee Rodriguez and his staff were there for the May, July, August meeting. We had a public information meeting with the public with this Advisory Council on October 1. Both Councilman McKee Rodriguez's staff and Councilman Calvert's staff attended the meeting. We have always briefed, and Councilman McKee Rodriguez, City Manager Eric Walsh were briefed on what the East Side Advisory Council did on June 27th of 2025. Commissioner Calvert was also briefed. A misstatement for the record.
Let's talk about the East Side. Specifically, this is a follow-up for Judge Sakai, so 1 minute. You had a vision for the Frost Bank Arena. In fact, you kind of held up this to get onto the ballot before moving the Spurs. Voters liked what you came up with, supporting Proposition A at higher levels than they supported Proposition B, but since then, delivering it has looked somewhat challenging. Only one bid was submitted when the Coliseum Advisory Board sought a master developer, casting doubt in some people's minds about whether, again, this vision for the East Side will come to fruition. Can you tell us where that project currently stands and when the community can expect for ground to be broken?
Well, the East Side Advisory Council continues, and we're going to engage now in a robust community engagement. One of the things that people didn't understand, I had to push back in the referendum, was the venue tax could only go to a venue that was related to tourists. So I heard the community saying, hey, what about housing? What about sidewalks? What about streets? What about drainage? That money could not be used. So I strategically, as the county judge said, let's keep this issue about referendum A, which was the county facility, so that the Frost Bank Center did not become the next Astrodome. If the Spurs leave and the rodeo does not fulfill, which they now have put a business plan together, they are going to run a year-round rodeo industry. We're going to revitalize that area so that it can be pearl-like. Get the cement and asphalt out of there, green it up, put businesses, small businesses, put restaurants in there. Guess what? That public-private partnership that I tout in all aspects of county government, we have a private developer looking to redevelop Salado Creek, the Willow Springs Golf Course. But we need community involvement. We are then now going to engage in a robust discussion of community benefit. And you will see that as the year comes. And at this time, it's now going into the contract phase. And so we will engage. We will be open and transparent. I've done that with county government, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Nirenberg, something I'd like to clarify for the audience really quick, the Proposition A and the East Side, this is something the county is really going to own. Proposition B and Project Marble, obviously the county is a contributor to that. It's an important part of a downtown project. But Proposition A and what happens on the East Side is truly the purview of the county judge in a different way. And obviously Project Marble has come up on the campaign trail and is part of both of your records. But I do want to talk about what's happening on the East Side. So Mayor Nirenberg, you would inherit the responsibility of delivering on a major redevelopment of the East Side that you didn't really help dream up. How would you plan to pull that off?
That's what I'm talking about, is that the community needs to be involved in the process of envisioning the East Side redevelopment outside of the Freeman grounds. And it's incorrect to say that the city is not involved in that process, because even in Peter's remarks, he's counting on the Willow Springs to bring the public value to that process. We need to make sure that we're engaging the entire community to make sure that they're envisioning and they have some self-determination in the efforts that are happening outside of the Freeman Coliseum grounds to do what was not done back in the early 2000s, which is make sure that there's economic activity that activates small businesses in the East Side, make sure there's residential opportunity and recreational opportunity. And I do appreciate some of the comments that have come out outside of those meetings with regard to a community benefits agreement, bringing in educational opportunities to the East Side. So those are the areas that are going to truly revitalize the East Side. That's the part that has not been done, it has been not considered.
Well, I would like to have you each take 30 seconds and tell me when you think we can break ground on any of this on the East Side.
No, my first question to my opponent is, where's the details?
That's your project.
Oh, that's yours. What are the details of your plans? You said a lot, but where's the details? I have a detail to reform the Frost Bank Center so that it can compete, obviously, with a new Spurs Arena. I want to renovate the Coliseum so that it can be a enterprise along with the San Antonio Rodeo. They make $300 million a year gross, $12 million scholarships. The community benefit is what the San Antonio Rodeo does for the East Side, part of it.
Thank you.
And so what we need to do is we had details, and as far as your specific question, it will probably be the next 2 to 3 years before all these contracts, because we have to figure out what the city of San Antonio is going to do with the Spurs Arena and the $1.5 billion investment. Again, a public-private partnership that will allow the growth, the revitalization of downtown. And that's the reason why I separate myself from a Project Marvel, a City of San Antonio project, unless we get the details. And that's what's still lacking at this time.
Former Mayor Nirenberg, I'd like to give you a minute 30 on that because I think that's how much time we just took. So will you tell us how long you think it will take to break ground on the east side if you inherited that project? And let's hear some details.
Sure. Well, again, the reason why there's no details is because there's no plan. And the plan involves the community. The community needs to be at the table to develop the plans for what happens to the revitalization outside. And you've got plenty of efforts right now underway with Commissioner Calvert to bring the community together to develop those plans. It's not just about the Freeman Coliseum. If it was, we would be story over in 1997. But the benefits to the community, the revitalization that's been promised to the east side has to include the community members from the east side, and that is the process that has not taken place to correspond to what Peter's talking about.
So why did Representative Barbara Gouverne-Hawkins in a forum in the east side ask you, after they met with you when you first started mayor, that there was no follow-up? And you challenged her on that statement, and I'm still asking, where is your plan for the east side? Because that's the reason why the east side has such anger, distrust. And that's the reason why I put them first, so that we could make sure that the east side was taken care of, so that all Bexar County, as a result, are going to growth. Economic growth equals economic prosperity.
Thank you. Former Mayor Nirenberg, 30 seconds to rebut that if you'd like.
I'm not sure what to respond to from that.
Okay.
Was there a question for me?
It was about east side involvement, not having east side involvement, but.
Well, he's talking about something from 8 years ago. I'll tell you what we did 8 years ago. In collaboration with all 10 colleagues on the city council, we finally instituted equity in the city so that the communities that needed infrastructure dollars were getting their fair share of resources. One of the challenges is making promises that we're going to end the disparities in infrastructure and economic development in communities overnight. This has occurred over generations. And so bringing up the east side to parity with other areas of this community is going to require continuous investment. We have done that now for 9 years in a row at the city, and we will continue to do that under my leadership at the county.
Thank you.
The way that we're going to do that is with education and workforce development.
I have more questions. Okay. So you both have said, we're moving on to the next question. You both have said you support creating a separate diversion center for the Bexar County Jail aimed at steering people with mental illness or developmental disabilities away from the criminal justice system and into treatment. The city has moved for a feasibility study, but we're talking millions of dollars and untold months or years before this becomes reality. On any given day in the Bexar County Jail, more than 100 inmates are waiting for a hospital bed. The average wait time for non-maximum security inmates for a bed is 277 days, which is about a month longer than the state average and far more than the maximum sentence for a Class B misdemeanor, which is 180 days in jail. With a new joint city-county diversion center still a long ways away, what is your plan to reduce those wait times in the meantime? Judge Sakai.
What we need to do, and what we started with our jail public safety plan, for which at a prior forum he took credit for. Well, here it is. This was prepared by my staffer, Cynthia Cos, that was all signed off, nearly 30 recommendations. We'll focus in to keep our community safe, but yet deal with those issues. In regards to the jail, I am committed to diversion and deflection. Let me explain. Diversion means after they're arrested, you try to get people that have mental health, drug or alcohol addiction, or whatever, medical issues, and divert them away from the jail. Deflection is to keep people from entering because they don't belong there. Low-level offenders, people that may be unhoused, people are there because there's just no place to go. The Bexar County Jail is the largest mental health facility, and you know what? He says it's all your fault, but it's as a result of 20, 30 years of underfunding the district attorney's office, underfunding the sheriff's office, underfunding the courts. And for 3 years, and that's all I've had, I have reinstated the funding for the sheriff. I have built up the court system. I have committed to restorative justice, which focus in and to keep people. And finally, no new jail. If you build it, we will fill it. We have an issue of disproportionality, which means it will be filled with people of color. And that's still an issue that plagues our criminal justice system. Why? Because I know it. I was in the court
You're out of
system.
time.
So I am committed
You're
to
out of
get
time.
people out of that jail that don't belong there.
Thank you.
And I have a plan.
Thank you. Former Mayor, will you talk about your plan to reduce wait times?
Sure. Well, this is the issue. This is the same issues we've been talking about for the last 3 years. These are not new ideas. The Bexar County Adult Detention Facility has become a de facto mental health institution and homeless shelter, and that's wrong. We need a diversion center, and we have resources to be able to do that. The University Health Hospital is an incredible organization that is doing a lot of capital investment. Some of that capital investment needs to be in the diversion facility that we can work in partnership with the Center for Healthcare Services to run. In addition to that, we need to address the case backlog issues within the district attorney's office and the court system. We have too many people going into the jail because there's nowhere else for them to go. And then we are spending millions of dollars shipping additional inmates to other counties. All that needs to end. These are not new ideas. We need to take action, and we do that by bringing folks together to solve that problem.
Thank you.
And what I've done-
We're going to move forward. We had a moment where we asked the audience to give us a topic that they were most interested in. I believe we have the results of that survey ready to go. Growth was chosen by the most people in the audience tonight that they'd like to hear about. So let's ask that question now. The background of every conversation we're having today is massive local growth. The Texas economy is growing at a faster rate than the nation as a whole. And that's particularly true for rural Bexar County, where rooftops are now going up much faster than in the landlocked inner city. That's given the county more tax dollars to work with, but it also means an increasing need for all of the services that the county provides. What are some concrete ways you expect this growth to show up in our communities over the next decades? And how can Bexar County take advantage of the opportunities this growth provides? Judge Sakai, will you take that one first?
With my vision and leadership, we have committed to economic growth. Economic growth equals to economic prosperity. What's happening? I've got 2 Japanese industries coming. America Cantera has set up its corporate headquarters during my 3 years, and tomorrow, Senko Plastics will break ground with Optech with Max Navarro. 2 Japanese industries that we're looking at Austin. I partnered, I don't take all the credit. We partner with Greater SATX, we partner with the City of San Antonio Economic Development, and we got the job done, and we're bringing high-paying jobs. That's how we beat. We have a workforce program, the Texas Fast Track, Texas Fame, which has a 90% retention, 90% graduation, and it is the most cost-effective workforce direct because it is employer-driven. Why? Because we've listened to the employers, and we're meeting the needs of advanced manufacturing jobs, and that is what's created the growth. Why I want growth is because you know that Southwest ISD, Southside ISD, and the East Central, that whole rural school district, we're failing and we're underfunded, but they're booming because of economic growth. That's what I want to bring to urban core. That's what I want to do for SISD, Harlandale, Edgewood, South Sand, the urban core, without growing population, without bringing, that's the reason why I committed as a result of the baseball stadium that I was able to carry and bring to fruition. We will have a new baseball stadium in part for the revitalization of downtown along with the new Spurs Arena. We committed 1,250 housing units. And so that is what my leadership has done, and that's my vision, is to bring up and to work with our working families in our community.
Thank you. Former Mayor Nirenberg, can you speak to population growth and how you expect it to show up in our communities over the next decades, and how we can take advantage of the opportunities this growth provides?
Sure. Well, I would love another 10 minutes to respond to some of the things that were just said. But let me answer your question. The challenges of growth are showing up in the infrastructure issues. They are showing up in challenges related to quality services. They are showing up in frankly, a lack of a plan. The reality is, in 2026, we are still building colonias in Bexar County that are not attached to basic infrastructure, running water, and sanitation services. That's wrong. And so we have to work together to create a comprehensive plan, similar to how we did at the city, to get ready for that growth and use the tools that we have available to make sure it's quality. How do we do that? There's a lot of different tools that we have available to us. Some of them are outside of the reach of the municipal authority. And so in those cases, we can work with the developers as they plan these properties to make sure that they have the increment investment to actually build the infrastructure. In other areas, you have densified communities that are growing in the unincorporated areas. We can work with them to incorporate so they have their own authority to make sure that they're delivering quality services. But it is unacceptable that anyone in 2026, with all the vast resources that we have in this community, is still living in substandard conditions. So we'll work together as a community to solve those things. The other issue is we've got to make sure that we continue to grow economically by driving good jobs here to San Antonio and matching our workforce to it. We have expanded pre-K for SA. We have also made sure that we have a free community college program for every local high school graduate in this county. And we are working to invest in quality workforce development. And that is some of the most challenging investments we will make, but they are also returning quicker than any other public investment we've ever made as a community, and that's why it was publicly supported.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on that for you both. One of the most intense political fights in this region right now involves the development in a hill country community that relies on wastewater treatment that residents are very against. This is not the last time that's going to happen. So what is the roadmap to avoiding these types of standoffs in the future, since we expect it to happen again? And Judge Sakai, you'd like to take that one first. 1 minute.
That's Wild Lord Ranch. And I want to bring out today where he was on February 1 of 2020.
And good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on this Texas primary election coverage right here on KENS 5+. I'm Henry Ramos.
And I'm Alicia Nieves. We're tracking major races across the state and here at home. The polls just closed and the results are still coming in tonight.
Here's the important thing, and the main headline at this hour is that we're still waiting on Bexar County numbers to come in. Officials tell us as of 30 minutes ago, around 7:17 tonight, there were still about 2,000 people in line. So Bexar County is saying that they're not going to release those numbers until every person has voted. So it can be some time until we see some local numbers. But of course, we are following those local races very closely.
Meantime, let's take a look at some state races. Those numbers already coming in tonight.
This is a big one that we've got our eyes on, of course, that being U.S. House District 23. The Republican race, incumbent Tony Gonzalez is being challenged by several candidates.
Gonzalez is facing allegations of having an affair with a staffer who died by suicide in Uvalde. You may have read those headlines. Gonzalez has denied any wrongdoing here, even amid calls for him to resign. So here is a look at the results so far.
And you can see right now that Gonzalez with 45% of the vote in a close second. Brandon Herrera with 43% of the vote. I mean, very close, and we've been seeing this go back and forth. I'm looking at the results right now through the Texas State website to see if that has changed, because it has been changing periodically, but it seems like that is the number right there.
Another familiar face in this race is Kiko Canseco. He used to hold this same office. It was flip-flopping. The history of this seat has been known to flip-flop. Kiko Canseco, Pete Gallego. So this is certainly one of the most closely watched races in the state right now. On the Democratic side, we have 4 challengers who are hoping to flip this seat. We have Limon in the lead tonight.
Santos
Limon. And Padilla Stout is close behind him. Katie Padilla Stout, 32%, 39%, really close in this race tonight. But those numbers, again, are still coming in. Only 1% reporting at this hour.
Now let's turn to the race for U.S. Senate, and this is also a big one. Of course, you've got incumbent Senator John Cornyn being challenged by 7 Republicans for his seat he has held since 2002. So among the challengers, another familiar name, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And here's a look at the results so far. Now, we've been seeing this go flip back and forth between Cornyn and Paxton. Of course, Wesley Hunt is also in third. But right now, it looks like as the results we see, the incumbent Senator John Cornyn with the lead right now at 43% of the vote. And then Ken Paxton there with 39%, but you can just see the difference very close, and we've been seeing that throughout the night, as I mentioned, of these two just going back and forth.
This is certainly going to be Cornyn's toughest race to date, so we will keep a close eye on that. We also have two big names on the Democratic side looking to replace him. This is another very closely watched race. State Representative James Tallarico up against Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Those are the two big names we have been keeping watch on. So Tallarico leading tonight so far with 35% reporting, 52%. Crockett falling closely behind with 47% of the vote.
Democrats are looking to flip the 4 Senate seats in November to take control from Republicans. That is why a lot of people, not just here in Texas, but across the nation, are keeping a close eye on this race. But of course, this is just like the beginning, right? Obviously, we still have the November general to see which party they're going to elect to move on. But a lot of people do expect that this may go into a runoff, which that means voters would then have to vote again in May. But, well, of course, it is very early at this point, but we're just looking at these numbers. Again, these are state numbers that we're looking at, as we have not received numbers so far from Bexar County.
And this race in particular is also getting eyeballs from across the nation, because you have Democrats who are looking to flip 4 Senate seats in November to take control from Republicans. So we will be keeping a close eye on this. Taking a look at the race for Texas Attorney General. Again, Ken Paxton left his office to seek a U.S. Senate seat.
And 4 Republicans are looking to take his seat, including a well-known name, Congressman Chip Roy, who represents Texas's 21st district, which includes part of San Antonio and a lot of the Hill Country. And you can see right now that the Congressman Chip Roy is in second right now with 28% of the vote. And Mays Middleton, you may have seen a lot of both of their ads right here, but it looks like Mays Middleton taking the lead right there with 46% of the vote right now. And then, of course, Congressman Chip Roy trailing in second with 28%. Now let's get to the race for Texas governor, and Greg Abbott is facing a total of 19 challengers from both sides of the aisle as he looks to secure a 4th term.
So let's start with the Republicans in the running. Governor Abbott, he looks like he'll move on to the November race, not expecting a runoff whatsoever in this race for Texas governor, which has not held a Democrat in that office for about 30 years. So with 30% of precincts reporting, Governor Abbott looks like he will move ahead to November. And here's a look at who the governor could face. Out of 9 candidates, we have Gina Hinojosa. She is from Brownsville with 58% of the vote. She is among our state leaders who is looking to promote or going to a higher seat here as the seat for governor, and then closely behind, well, not closely behind, but the next person we have Bell with 13% of the vote.
And we could see that he could face a challenge from one of 3 Democrats tonight. As we look at other results here, I believe this is for, we're still on the Texas governor for Democratic primary. This is for the Attorney General that we're going next here. So if we can take a look at those numbers here. Right now, you can see what we have is Johnson right now in the lead on the Democratic side with 47% of the vote. And then Jaworski there with 29% of the vote second. But you can also see that Mr. Box there with his nickname, he is following as a third with 24% of the vote. So this one looks like a tight one there between Jaworski and Box there. And again, this is just 27% reporting as of right now. So it looks like Nathan Johnson right now taking the lead there with 47%, and then Anthony Tony Box with 24%, and then Joe Jaworski right now with 29% of the vote so far.
Okay, that is all we have for now, but we will, of course, continue to bring you updates. We have crews out in the field following the Bexar County judges race and Gina Hinojosa's watch party as well, so we will keep you updated on those numbers.
There is a lot to unpack on this night, but we are not going anywhere. As Alicia mentioned, we've got the Bexar County judge race, district attorney as well. There's a lot of contenders in that race, I believe 8. We have a full team right now in the newsroom, and we are standing by again for those results to come in for Bexar County. But as I mentioned as we started, is that as of 7/17, there were still about 2,000 people in line. So right now, election workers, they're trying to move those people through to make sure that they get their vote casted. And then once everyone has gone through, that is when the numbers should start trickling in, at least the early vote number. So if I were to estimate here, folks, I would hope that at least in an hour or so, we should be getting those local results.
And as soon as we get them, we will come back to you live. And of course, you can always keep up with the latest results on KENS5.com.
Working together. We've shown how we can do this as a community. In the city, we've reduced unsheltered homelessness. That's why how we have to do it comprehensively, but bringing people together on a plan.
So why have the increase in population of the unhoused has happened during your term? And that the county has now leaned in and to address homelessness issue, especially with the suburban cities, because the city, that's not a strategy. That is not leadership. And that's the reason why I will continue to focus in on basic services. We've got to get housing. We have to also focus in on mental health. We put in nearly $20 million to partner with the public school district to create substantive mental health through our nonprofit partners. Again, public, private partnership. We are committed to have mental health as a public health issue so that we help train the sheriffs
You're running
and the
against
court.
your own record.
Yeah, 30 seconds, former mayor.
I pass. I mean, look, you can talk about all the things that you think that the county should be doing, and then there's one thing to talk about it and actually do it.
So what have you done? What have you done?
We've created a strategic housing implementation plan that has now created the only permanent
How many
support.
housing units?
Can I answer the question
How
that
many
you asked?
housing units?
We have created permanent supportive housing that never existed in this community before.
Where are
We've
they?
created
Just allow him to answer the question.
low barrier shelter that never existed in this community before. You talk about the 2,500 some odd housing units you're going to build with SAISD. There is no funding attached to that, Judge.
It's a
you have a
public-private
strategic
partnership
housing
getting the
implementation
developers
plan
to
that was
come
started
with the
in
San
the
Antonio
city
Independent
that has
School
now been
District.
recognized by the county, and
let
you're
him-
creating your own new plan. That's how we started this mess. We're working to get people to work together, and you're going off to do your own thing so you can govern to the optics of whatever
It
headline
didn't
you heard
start
the
in
other.
your 12 years of city council leadership?
I didn't hear the question. Can you say that again?
Let's move forward in the debate. Former Mayor Nirenberg, I'd like, for 1 minute, you would be the rare county judge coming into this role without a law degree or experience in the legislature. In what ways will you need to get up to speed quickly on day one?
The county judge is the CEO of this community. It is not a judicial position. You don't try cases, you don't hear cases. It's called a county judge here. Other communities call it a county mayor. Other communities call it a county executive. It's called a county judge here because we're still in a 19th century constitution. And so what you need is a leader who's accountable to the actions that the community needs to be done to solve these complex problems by bringing people together. We all swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. That's not breaking news. We all have to know the laws to make sure that we're operating under the proper statutes. But to say that it is not about actually achieving the outcomes and being accountable and hide behind statute, that's not my view of leadership. We need action, not words.
Judge Sakai, for you, the Bexar County, I have a question for you on the judicial piece. The Bexar County DA is its own elected office, but your purview is to support that office. In a debate we hosted last week between all 8 Democrats running for DA, they talked about limited resources, staffing, and training as some of their main challenges. You've had responsibility over the success of that office, yet they say there's a lot of problems still there. What do you think still needs to change?
In the predecessor government, which I was sitting there as district court judge, I am telling you that the district attorney's office, the law enforcement, the sheriff, the constables, and the court system were underfunded. I had to argue, and in 1 year, I had to do a mandatory 10% decrease, just flat out because of the 2008 budget cycle. That's the reason why I'm very sensitive to fiscal responsibility, fiscal management. We need not to put the property tax in. That's a line in the sand that we cannot put it on the seniors and disabled. And so the district attorney is an elected office. The sheriff is an elected office. The criminal justice system is complex. Let me give you this analogy. The four legs of the stool, district attorney's office, court, and the court system and the commissioner's court is the funding mechanism by law and statute. What is truly needed to make a stool strong are the pegs that connect the stool, not the individual legs. And that's the reason why as county judge, I understand. That's how I brought innovative cutting programs to the court system, and I will continue to bring diversion, deflection, move out those mental health people in our system, and to create a regional jail. That is my newest concept that I'm partnering up with Representative Barbara Govern Hawkins to partner up so that we can get the state of Texas.
That's your time.
Well, that's more breaking news. Now he wants a new jail. I thought you weren't for that.
No, it's a regional jail, not a jail where, and if, what you need to understand is where you're going to put it,
80% of the people in there haven't had their cases heard. We need to solve that problem first.
and you can't fix it.
All right, I'd like to reset.
Clearly, you have every excuse not to now.
I'd like to reset for a moment. Thank you. I know that campaigns are fiery and challenging. You both are public servants that have served this community for a very long time. To close out our time, we got a question submission from a voter that I thought would be a good place to end tonight. Jose asked, many of us know you to be good people who are good Democrats. Help us understand how you are different than your opponent and how you would better serve the people of Bexar County. This is our final question before closing statements, so please 1 minute and 30 each. Whoever would like to take that one first. Former Mayor Nirenberg.
Well, I think you heard it in the last statement. All it is excuses. And the more that we hide behind statute and not be willing to be creative to solve problems and bring people together collaboratively, the more we will continue to have status quo. There are a lot of challenges in this community that we faced in the city, but working together with my colleagues, we are now moving forward on mass transit. And by the way, this doublespeak on the transit situation is really rich, because it's that same tax that now is being funded a different way for the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program that enabled them to get the capital for this mass transit line. And so we need...
I know that the San Antonio Professional Firefighter Association, Javier Patlan and President Joe Jones, y'all were out there too. Those first two law enforcement units came out to endorse me at the very first. Thank y'all for standing with me, and they were again at the polls. Let's thank the San Antonio firefighters. San Antonio Police Officer Association also too endorsed me, and I want to thank them. Let's give them a round of applause. And we know that all our law enforcement and public safety officers who sacrifice to keep our community safe, especially children and families. I want to thank my colleagues on Commissioner's Court. Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores, you put everything on the line. Is she still here today? Commissioner, come stand forward. For those that aren't aware, she is the County Commissioner of Precinct 1. And as we say in Precinct 1, she's from the South Side. And she was out there on the pole. She had a Sakai t-shirt, so she was truly, truly working. I want to thank all the county employees and public service workers. Thank you for providing that better customer service that we promised. I want to thank you and every voter, no matter who you supported, for caring enough to stand out and speak out. These are trying times, but in county, we always look out for each other. And for that reason alone, I will never take this honor you have bestowed upon me for granted. Thank you to Bill and the La Fonda manager, Jimmy Haslocker. Wow, thank you for your support. The staff that has made the serve, the delicious food, continue to stay. We're gonna hang in there. Hopefully those results will be coming out sometime soon, but we'll be here and we'll just do our very best. So let's give everybody a round of applause and appreciation for what they've done. Commissioner, why don't you say a few words?
Well, fuerte aplauso para nuestro juez. So I'm Rebecca Clay Flores. It's been a privilege to serve with Judge Peter Sakai. So I know it was two popular electeds who were running against each other. So some people were like, I'm not going to get involved, but hey, it was an easy choice for me. So it was a privilege, Judge. I look forward to continuing to fighting for you, especially with all the chaos going on in this country right now. we need to make sure that we can, y'all can clap for that too. Because we're not about starting wars, we're about fighting to continue to serve our community. So it's just been a privilege to fight with you, and this is your night, so let's hurry up and get the numbers going. So we're good. Thank you.
So we're hoping that we get results before 9:30, but we will be here through 9:30. Hopefully they'll be here before that. But thank you so much. There is plenty of food. Please enjoy each other's company. But before we leave the podium, I'd like to recognize a couple of people that have been serving you, the community. We have Constable Ruben Tejeda from Precinct 1. We have Joe Alderete. I believe he was in the back for a moment there. There he is. Thank you, Joe, and his wife, Chris. We also have other public servants that are continuing to give to the community in their own way. And we have Patty Radel. I think I saw Patty. And Rob. Senator Leticia Vanderputte. And Judge John Spicia and his wife. And John Longoria was here, but he has to get up at 5 in the morning. So he said, I'm not going to wait up, but you can text me tomorrow morning. So I said, I promise I will. If I've missed anybody.
Rachel, I just got here.
Oh,
Sorry.
no. Come on in. Susan Naylor.
I didn't want to.
No.
Especially for the kids and. Of course. Sorry, I'm late.
No. And this is what you all represent. You all represent the backbone of this community because you all work giving back to the community in your own special way. Whether it's through public service in one of the fields in the county, or it's working with several other nonprofits and community organizations. And I know that the rodeo is in the house. Cody Davenport, Dick Evans, Audrey, Pat Ross. I know Audrey Sanchez is there. And I can tell you that we went to the rodeo 3 or 4 times this season. And I tell you, I can't wait for it to be year round. It was a lot of fun.
I guess who came on a kiss cam? You want to do that again?
No. I avoid the cameras like the plague, and they caught me there. I have a feeling that Cody has something to do with it. Thank you, Cody. So please enjoy. We also have Belinda Gavalos. She is the chair of the Historical Commission. And I'm trying to see. I can't see. I've got blur in my eyes. But if I missed you, Marta Pelais from Family Violence, Angeles Valenciano, and Mary Alice Cisneros, and Lourdes Galvan. So this creates the synergy that made this campaign worthwhile. Thank you to each and every one of you, and we appreciate you being here and fighting the good fight. Thank you.
So we may be back to get the results, and hopefully we can give you we'll tell you how it's all going to turn out. So please enjoy. Thank y'all very much. We're still hanging in there till we get these results done. Thank y'all very much. We may be back.
No, I'm waiting. I'm refreshing just like everybody else. Last minute vote. I mean, I voted this morning. Like, who votes at 6 o'clock, 6:30 at night? Fucking idiot. What do you expect to happen? Come in? No. I can't believe it's as fucking close as that.
Oh, Johnny's around here. Looks like he's been over there. Look, Johnny, the PIO for yeah, I know. He's actually one of my
I like working with Johnny. Kind of looking for him. I don't think he's going to win that district anyway.
yeah.
For the next 8 months, we're going to be able to use it. Oh, here we go. Number 10. So boring. Huh? Yeah. Or is this just statewide? What the hell? It's not popping up. So it's like only if it's a race. Greg Abbott just looks like victory. Huh? Greg Abbott just looks like victory.
You're great news reporters. I always watch the news with you guys. You're the best.
I love OAI.
No.
I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I just don't see it any way. Like dirty fools on running. Nirenberg got 2 weeks away. I've got.
There's like different tabs. I'm still seeing like state reps. I'm not seeing anything about. I'm not seeing anything for county judge. Well, 62. Okay. We know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dr. Laura Barrera, and I have the honor of being the campaign manager for this amazing team. We have the numbers. Now, granted, these are just early vote numbers. We know that. But the margin is so big that there is no way they'll be able to catch up. Amazing journey, and it's not over yet. We still got to win in November. All right. I just want to thank. I just saw some of the donors walk in. Harvey Najum, Gordon Hartman. Thank you, gentlemen. They gave me the peace of mind that I needed to run the campaign that we needed to run to get us over the finish line successfully. Gentlemen, thank you so much for everything. We really, really appreciate it. And Harvey, I think we can let for you, Harvey. Without further ado, you guys don't want to hear from me. I want to hear from next, Bexar County.
Wow. Thank you all for being here tonight. How's it feel? So my son is in Japan and we're FaceTiming right now so he could be here with us. My son Jonah, who I do have to say I wouldn't be in public service if not for him. I think you all know he is who inspired me to be to get into this, and it's all been to ensure that we have children and grandchildren who have a brighter future than the one that we have right now. So thank you. So let me just start, and I just want to say one thing to Peter Sakai, who I admire and who I think is a good and decent person. I want to say thank you to him for his service to our community. And I want to thank my wife, Erica, and my family who are here tonight. So this is literally the fastest I've come to the stage, and so I'm not entirely prepared, but I just want to recognize a few folks that are here tonight. Someone who has given so much to this community, to people who need a hand up, who need an ounce of hope, families who are in crisis. You see his name on a bunch of buildings, and that's because with the fortune he has made in his life, he's given it back to people that need it the most in our community. And so let's give it up to Harvey Nagin, please. You know, I don't take it for granted that it takes a village to run a political campaign. It really does. And, you know, it takes people who have time to go block walk and canvas, and my friend Dwayne here has given so much to this campaign, our entire volunteer staff and our campaign staff, people who can donate to the campaign, they've all chipped in, and I just want to thank you all for doing that. Because we have all been on this singular mission, and that is to make sure that the leadership of this community, again, rises to the standard of the people that live here. This is the best community in the world. And it's time that we expect more from the people who serve us to rise to that level. And so the polls are closed. The early vote is counted, and your voice has been heard, Bexar County. And while we are still waiting some election day results, and those are incredible, the people that have been on the polls, tonight you elected me as your Democratic nominee for Bexar County Judge. But let me remind you, and Lionel Sosa is here. He's been who I call a spiritual advisor to me throughout my professional life. And one of the things that he and my mentor, Phil Harbour, gravitated towards is what I consider the fact that no man is an island in this world. I could not have done any of this alone. And so to the door knockers, to the donors, to the students, to the people who had us in your prayers, my volunteers, our voters, thank you. We rose together. To my wife, Erica, I'm sorry our break from public life wasn't longer, but I want to thank you for always supporting me. My life, our entire community, is richer because you're a part of it. And one of the golden gifts that I've had as a public servant is that you all have gotten to know who this wonderful woman is. And so, thank you, Erica. To my son, Jonah, who's on the screen right now, who's studying in Japan, he's watching tonight from halfway across the world. I hope that you see that small victories like this can make a big difference. Because we are living in trying times, where the common threads that hold us together are being stretched to their very limits. But the truth is this: things are the way they are because too many people don't vote. If we wanted a different governor, if we wanted a different president, we could have it today. We just need to go vote. Folks stay home because they don't trust that government is worth their time to solve their problems. And so if we want to restore that faith, we have to start right here at home, at the local level. Because hope comes from a government that keeps its promises, and it's the steady, quiet proof that even in the worst times, Bexar County will be at its best. And today we have taken a massive step towards making that promise a reality. We didn't just win a primary. We committed to fixing a broken justice system. We resolved that everyone should have access to quality health care, regardless of their zip code. And we agreed that no one should have to choose between a roof over their head and food on the table. We've come a long way, but our job is definitely not done. We still have to win an election in November. And whoever comes out of the Senate race in Texas, we got to get behind that person and make sure we win in November. And I know my friend Gina is just up the road, and we got to make sure we get a win in November. But when we knock those doors, we're not just delivering a name on a push card. We're offering a reason to hope again. Thousands of our neighbors have given in to the status quo because they think no one's coming to help. They've stopped voting because they've stopped hoping. Our job is to convince them otherwise, to show them that hope isn't just a feeling, it's a choice that they can make with us. And if they give us their vote, we'll give them a government that works for everyone. Let's use our energy that we have here tonight and carry us through the work ahead. Our future isn't inevitable. It's something that we have to build together and towards. And so let's keep rising together, Bexar County. Enjoy a wonderful night tonight. Thank you again to everyone who's come out to lend a helping hand to this campaign. Our work has just begun. It carries through November, and then we're going to get right down to work for Bexar County to lift us all up. God bless you all. Thank you very much for having me today. I expect we will. How's Jordan? Lauren. We'll talk about that.
With you too. Okay.
Hang out, we're gonna have a beer. What's that?
One?
Are we doing?
We'll do one right here and then the rest
And then we're gonna go.
Make this one on a break. Good to go? All right. As you said, this was one of the faster times that you get up on the stage to declare victory and provide an update.
Yeah.
What was your initial thoughts as you saw the results?
I was just proud of the team that we put together and the plan that we executed and the community that I know. You know, I think people believe that we have everything here that we need to be one of the strongest places in Texas, and we just need to execute and have leadership to rise to that occasion. And you know, I'm proud of this community because they recognize that as well, and so the work begins. I mean, I'm not taking any of this for granted. We have a November election to work towards, but the work is what I'm excited about, and that's what we ran on, and that's what I'm gonna work on. That's what I'm excited to do.
What are you excited for most when it comes to tackling certain issues?
I mean, there's a number of they're big, and again, I believe that we have all the ingenuity here and the resources to make some dramatic changes to the outcomes that we have seen for too long. You know, the transformation of our community in the unincorporated and suburban areas, planning for that to make sure that communities are quality, that they have the services that they need to thrive. A justice system that just does not work for people. We have the resources here to make it more efficient and effective and to actually deliver justice and keep people safe. The healthcare system, that's a vast array of resources to close the gaps on the uninsured rate here that prevents people from getting out of a hole of poverty by providing access to quality care. Those are things that, again, we have all the resources here to deal with, and I'm excited to get to work to start working on this.
And when it comes to that east side ICE facility, what can the county do, along with the city, express further opposition? And what actually really to stop the facility? That seems like it's going to be...
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is hold the federal government to account for its own policies and procedures. It's very clear that ICE is bypassing federal procedures, processes to occupy that building, environmentals, etc. And so every tool that we have available legal to us needs to be utilized to make sure that we slow this process down. We know that ICE is trying to buy properties all across the country to find the path of least resistance. We need to make sure that we're not helping Donald Trump execute an unconstitutional agenda by not making sure they're following their own procedures. And so I expect us to get to use those legal processes to our benefit to make sure that we slow this down.
Anything else?
A lot of what I wanted to ask already. But so, why did you want to declare so early? I know the was just so big.
Yeah.
You waited until this election came out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very clear where it is, and we wanted to make sure that we don't lose the crowd, and folks have been waiting for a while, so we want to make sure that I at least address the folks that are here, been supporting us for so long.
How do you plan to spend the next 10 months headed towards almost certainly taking on this new role? How do you plan to go about the transition?
Well, I'm not taking November for granted. I mean, it's going to be a vigorous campaign as well, and so we're going to campaign, get the message out, but you know, day one in preparation for leading this community starts now, and getting all that work going is where I'm going to be focused.
What are the things you think voters responded to that you were campaigning on, and how do you then respond to what voters are asking?
Yeah, well, number one is vision. I do believe that based on my experience over the last 12 years, when we offer an opportunity to rise to our own level of aspirations for this community, people respond to that. And so whether it's closing the gap on access to health care, or fixing our persistently broken criminal justice system, or dealing with the challenges of growth that we've been talking about for 2 decades, people want action. And that's what my plan is. I'm excited to work with a very talented group of people in the Commissioner's Court, and they all want the same things. And so I think people are ready for aspiring to more than in status quo, and that's what they saw from me as mayor, and that's what I'm going to deliver as county judge.
Do you plan to use Judge Sakai as a kind of a resource throughout the transition? What's your guys' relationship like right now after a tough race?
Well, again, I wanted to make sure that people understood I have deep respect for Peter Sakai in his career as a children's court judge and his conduct as a public servant. And so to the extent that he's willing, I want to work with him through the transition. And so, again, we all want what's best for this community. I'm going to, obviously our styles are different, but I'm looking forward to working with him for the next 9-10 months as we get to January.
Ron, it looked like an easy win. Why was
nothing's easy, Tony?
But it looked like easy. What was the main factor for this?
Well, again, I think people are excited for a vision. I think they're excited to aspire to better and overcome sort of the status quo. This is a dynamic community, and we deserve better in terms of the outcomes. And I also know that I will not be outworked. And we had a great group of volunteers and a staff that was ready to execute a plan.
At what point, when you left being the mayor, you maybe said, this is at what moment you decided that I need to do this?
It was a long period. It wasn't a single moment, Tony. I mean, a lot of prayer and contemplation and just separating myself from, again, the last 12 years. But as I looked at where our country is, where our state is, where our community is, change starts at the local level. If you want to change the world, you start with your front porch. We've got issues that we need to solve, that we need to restore people's faith that government solves the problems that they're experiencing. And that's what I know how to do. That's what we focused on as mayor. When I was in the mayor's office, that's what we'll focus on when I'm in the county judge's office, is doing the people's work. And that's what I think will ultimately change the outcomes, not just in our community, but across the state and across the country.
Will this be a stepping stone to something state, federal?
I am looking to stay and do the work that the people need me to do for as long as they want me to do it.
You mentioned different leadership styles. Could you articulate, now that you're likely to take the role, how would your style be different?
Well, you wrote the story, so I mean, it's really about our outlook on what the job is. I am not going to be confined by the statute. Leaders like Judge Wolf were able to make significant transformations within our community because they're willing to look creatively at the opportunities. We can't hide behind statute if we're going to move our community forward. And so I'm going to look for opportunities to be a leader for this county. And that's what people understood that I did as mayor. When we brought in the first climate action adaptation plan that is being implemented, when we worked to double the size of the airport, when we brought mass transit here, when we launched the largest workforce development in our nation's history, these are things you have to do by using the creative ingenuity of a community, bringing that together. That's what I'm going to do as county judge. We can't just paint by the numbers if we're going to move this community forward. What's that? I look forward to.
You mentioned some of those opportunities to be creative. Where do you see those opportunities just here looking at?
Well, it's the big priorities. I mean, there's huge opportunities within the criminal justice system to make sure that that justice is delivered efficiently, effectively, and we've got resources for people so they're not stuck in a cycle and actually get back on their feet. Healthcare, we've got some of the we have some of the largest and most significant resources for healthcare in this community in the country. And dealing with the issues of our healthcare crisis, we have a lot of opportunities here. The growth and transformation of this county region requires creative collaboration between the municipalities and our county. Those are all areas that I'm looking forward to getting involved.
Sorry guys, he'll be available for questions later.
What's that? Okay. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'll be around.
Hello. Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. How many minutes do you think till you take us?
And it's great to be with you on this primary election coverage right here on KENS 5+. I'm Henry Ramos.
And I'm Alicia Nieves. We are tracking major races around the state, and here at home, Bexar County election numbers, early voting numbers just coming in tonight.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this results right now.
Current Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai challenged by former San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg.
And you can see the former mayor there with a very strong lead at 62% of the vote, 75,770. And then the incumbent Peter Sakai, 38%. Right now, again, this is with early voting numbers, as Alicia just mentioned. Right now, we are hearing, though, we understand from Zach Briggs, who is live at the Nirenberg camp.
Yeah, Ron Nirenberg goes around 8:30 when he decided it was time to declare victory in the primary for the Democratic, for the Bexar County judge. He has not yet talked to Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai, but this 62% victory in his eyes was enough to declare a win. But I don't know if you can see, but he is beyond the crowd of people. He is taking pictures with folks. And we talked with him just moments ago. He said that this is a vision that he believes is understood by the people, the voters. He served as the leader of the city of San Antonio as mayor for 8 years, and that's a style of leadership he hopes to bring to the table if he is to win in the general election and beating the Republican candidate for Bexar County judge. Among the many things he would like to tackle are housing affordability, healthcare system, and a broken criminal justice system, in his words. And when I asked him specifically also moments ago about the ICE facility that is set to go up on the east side of San Antonio, and he said that he is opposed to this facility. He wants to work with the city of San Antonio if he were to be elected Bexar County judge and do something in the legal parameters that's allowed to stop this facility from being housed. A facility that's proposed to house migrants, potentially thousands of migrants. And on the issue of Project Marvel, he's been championing this project, and he would like this to be addressed, again, in collaboration with the city of San Antonio. And he's hoping that Eastside residents' voice can be heard as well. He believes there needs to be more transparency when it comes to the process of ensuring that the public has a voice when it comes to Project Marvel and any other aspect of a sports entertainment district. And when it comes to public safety, he would like there to be some type of jail diversion program, a facility to help folks that have behavioral and mental health issues and make them have this ability to get the care that they need instead of going to jail, Bexar County Jail, which has limited resources, he says, when it comes to health assistance. So, and it would also help with the overcrowded jail here in Bexar County. But overall, the next 10 months, he's looking forward to assembling a potential staff. And again, we have a general election that's still to come, but it seems like he's talking as if he's already the Bexar County judge, but he does plan to work in tandem with Peter Sakai over the next several months to ensure that it's a potential smooth transition. But it's a vibrant crowd here at in San Antonio at this venue. But he told the crowd earlier that this is probably one of the fastest times he's come up to the stage to address and declare a victory. But hopefully we have the sound. We can take a listen to what he said just moments ago.
I just want to thank you all for doing that. Because we have all been on this singular mission, and that is to make sure that the leadership of this community, again, rises to the standard of the people that live here. This is the best community in the world. And it's time that we expect...
Yeah, so once again, Ron Nirenberg, the former mayor of San Antonio, hoping to bring his 8 years of leadership as the mayor and transition that to a Bexar County judge position, general election in November. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Zach, thank you so much for that update. All right, now let's head over to the incumbent Peter Sakai's campaign and watch party. Mike Jimenez is joining us live. And Mike, I understand he just spoke to the crowd. I'm curious, what did Sakai have to say?
Well, you know, the one thing that stood out to me when Sakai did address the crowd is that he's not giving up yet. He's not yet conceding this election. Of course, when those first results came out, there was a lot of disappointment, a lot of shock, a lot of head nods, just in complete disappointment at those first early voting numbers that came out. Now, when he addressed the crowd, the very first thing he said was, "Let's keep the faith." He said he was obviously disappointed, but he said with all of those votes that are still out there, some 95,000 plus votes, he says that there is still another inning to go. But what thing he did say is he does respect the outcome of the voters tonight. He says regardless of what happens tonight, he will move on. He will continue to serve the public. And he says that that relationship he has with the community, that they know him, they trust him, and he has always put children and families first. And he says that regardless of the outcome, they ran a positive campaign tonight. Now, Judge Sakai had run a campaign based on a back to basics form of governing, including focusing priorities on healthcare, food insecurity, and also housing. And so tonight, before the election results had even come out, he said that he was excited of the voter turnout. He said that it was democracy in action. And he said he expected this to be a long night. And certainly, like I said, he's not conceding yet at this point. He has been visibly coming around, talking with a lot of his supporters that are out here. Obviously, they are also disappointed as well. But like I said, he wants to wait for those last results to come in. I mean, certainly with all of those votes still out there, who knows what could happen. He did say that he is not sure whether he's going to address the crowd again here tonight, but we will continue to stay here at his election watch party here in Alamo Heights. But for now, that's going to be the very latest here from the Sakai election watch party. So we'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Mike, thank you very much. So the official winner of the race will face longtime financial advisor and lone Republican candidate Patrick Von Dolen this November. So Von Dolen, you may recognize his name. He has run at least 3 times for San Antonio City Council District 9, and he also heads the San Antonio Family Association, which is a conservative nonprofit organization. So the official winner on the Democratic side will face Von Dolen in November. So now to another big race making headlines in Bexar County, the district attorney race. Current DA Joe Gonzalez is not seeking re-election after 8 years in office.
So let's start with the Democrats looking to replace him. Many have either worked or currently work in the DA's office, and you can see right now taking the lead is Luz Elena Chapa with 24% of the vote. A close second, well, about 19%, Ms. Jan Davis. And then you've got Shannon Locke with 14% of the vote, and then Veronica Legarrete with 11% of the vote. As for the Ms. Chapa right there, she has served on the 4th Court of Appeals. And as I mentioned, a lot of these candidates, there's about 8 of them that are looking to become the next Bexar County District Attorney. But of course, this is just the primary here. They will move on to the November race. But these are just early voting numbers, just to reiterate, from Bexar County. And they will face the lone Republican candidate, Ashley Foster. Let's get to another closely watched race, the Republican race for U.S. District 23. Of course, this has been in the headlines here locally and nationally, with the incumbent Tony Gonzalez being at the center of that headline. He is being challenged by several candidates.
And many Republican leaders on the national level are calling for Gonzalez to resign because of allegations that we have been reporting on about an affair, an alleged affair with a staffer who died by suicide. That staffer was in Uvalde. To this point, Gonzalez has denied any wrongdoing, and he, of course, has not resigned. And he is in the lead so far, 45% of the vote.
And then a close second, Mr. Brendan Herrera, who these two have faced off before, and it was a close race the last time. Brendan Herrera, who's a firearms manufacturer, he calls himself the AK guy. You can see right there, he's got 40% of the vote. And I believe that these are the state numbers. Is that correct? Guys in the back, I just want to make sure that I just want to tell the folks that these are the These are state and Bexar County numbers that we're reporting on. And as you can see, Tony Gonzalez there with 45% of the vote and Brandon Herrera at 40% of the vote. Remember, a candidate needs more than 50% of the vote or it will go into a runoff. And that may be the projection of the night where we see a lot of these races as we continue looking at results so far.
And that runoff will be May the 26th, and this could be the year of the runoffs. Take a look at the Democratic side for U.S. House District 23. We have Katie Padilla Stout, 58% of the vote. So far, it looks like she could be the one headed to the November ballot. So what we know about Padilla Stout, she is from San Antonio. She is an attorney, a former public school teacher. She graduated, by the way, from Lee High School here in San Antonio, and she is a big foster care advocate. So all of these races that we're seeing tonight, they're helping form our ballots in November.
So it looks like that Ms. Katie Padilla Stout could secure the nomination on the Democratic side for U.S. House District 23. All right, let's turn to the race for U.S. Senate. This is certainly another big one. As I mentioned earlier, it's not only just getting our attention here in Texas, but across the nation. Incumbent John Cornyn is being challenged by 7 Republicans. Now, Cornyn has held that seat for a very long time, since 2002. And among the challengers, another very well named, our Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who left that seat to run for U.S. Senate. And here are the results so far. So you can see Senator John Cornyn at 43% of the vote, with Ken Paxton following. Strong second, I would say, only 2% separating the two, but Ken Paxton coming at 41%, and then Wesley Hunt coming at 13%. Something to note here, our colleagues from our sister station at WFAA, Teresa Woodard, is at Cornyn not having a watch party tonight. He's having a kind of like a news conference style, which is certainly very different because it is expected. He's told our colleagues at WFA he is expecting to go into a runoff in May with Ken Paxton. So that is certainly an interesting change of events on a night like tonight. He said they're going to hold off until May on that runoff.
And I'm sure he has never thought about, I guess, a watch party in that way, because he has never faced a battle this tough since he has held this office. So certainly, like you said, will be, or it appears that this will be headed to a runoff. Okay, let's go to the Democratic side. 2 big names also looking to replace Cornyn. State Representative James Tallarico, 53% of the vote tonight. 626,000 people voting for him. And then Jasmine Crockett, she was the one endorsed by the San Antonio Express News, 45%. And so once again, a candidate must have 50% plus 1 in order to avoid a runoff. So this one has been expected to go to a runoff. However, it could, I mean, Texas politics, you can expect anything. We will see how this one plays out.
Yeah, this is very interesting, kind of very similar style, very 2 young progressives, of course, going against whoever's going to be the Republican. We may not know, as that one may lead into a runoff. But this one, we've been watching the state numbers, Alicia and I, and it has been very close. Neck and neck. As I mean, just looking at the Texas election results on the state's website, both right now have 49% of the vote. This is obviously including Bexar County. I was just looking before we went on the air, and according to Bexar County numbers, James Tallarico is leading Bexar County with 56% of the vote, and then Jasmine with 42%. But of course, this is big because Democrats are looking to flip 4 Senate seats in November to take the control from Republicans. So this is why so many people are closely watching this race. But beyond that, you just think of the money that's also being poured into this race on the Republicans and on the Democratic side as well. Very interesting.
Social media has really played a prominent role in this race. Take a look at the Late Show with Stephen Colbert when he had the interview with Tallarico on there because of the FCC regulations. They were afraid they wouldn't meet, which are that candidates on both sides must have equal time on air to speak about their platforms. They were worried that they wouldn't meet that, so they pulled that on-air interview. But what the Colbert Show did was, because online material isn't really subject to that rule, they posted the interview with Tallarico online. It has more than 800 million views right now. After that interview was pulled, Tallarico raised $2.5 million in 24 hours. So you have a lot of talks on his race, and then Crockett. I mean, she is a fighter, so much experience in politics, you know, an attorney, civil rights attorney. She started in East Texas, Bowie County, and really rose fast to her seat in the Dallas area for the state representative and now for the U.S. representative. So we could talk all day about this race. So we will see if it's heading to a runoff. So taking a look at the race for Texas Attorney General, another big one. Ken Paxton left this office to seek a U.S. Senate seat.
4 Republicans are looking to take his seat, including Congressman Chip Roy, who represents Texas's 21st district, which includes San Antonio and the majority of the Hill Country. And you can see right now Mays Middleton with a significant lead with 43% of the vote, and then Congressman Chip Roy following second with 29% of the vote, and then their third, Aaron Ritz, I believe, with 15% of the vote. So Mays Middleton, 43% right now in the lead for Texas Attorney General. And so now to the Democratic side, there's a challenge of 3 Democrats also looking to become the Texas Attorney General. If we can take a look at those numbers here in a moment, it looks like Nathan Johnson is leading right now with 47% of the vote. And then Joe Jaworski, him and Anthony Tony Box been very close at that 20 percentage number, but it looks like Joe Jaworski coming in at 29% of the vote, and then Anthony Tony Box with 25%. But it looks like Nathan Johnson with the lead there with 47% on the Democratic side for Texas Attorney General. Now let's get to the race for Texas governor, a name we've known for quite some time, Greg Abbott. He is facing a total of 19 challengers from both sides of the aisle. Of course, he's looking to secure a 4th term.
And tonight we have learned the Associated Press has called it. Governor Abbott will move on again to the November race. 83% of the vote, nearly 1 million votes tonight. And he, up until now, hasn't really faced a big name when it comes to candidates on the Democratic side. So take a look at who he will likely face. Out of the 9 candidates, we have Gina Hinojosa, who appears to be maintaining her lead tonight. Let's take a look at those numbers if we could. There she goes, 61%. So far, this does not appear that on the Democratic side it will head to a runoff. Hinojosa from the Austin area, if you remember, she was a fierce critic of the school vouchers, the $1 billion private school voucher program. She joined that walkout that we covered last summer that temporarily delayed the passage of redrawn U.S. House maps sought by President Trump. So for the first time in a while, we are seeing a big name on the Democratic side on the ballot for governor.
There is a lot to unpack.
Yes.
It is a lot to unpack, and we understand it may be a lot to digest. But listen, we are here with you, and we'll be here as our team is in the newsroom behind the scenes. We are crunching the numbers as they come in. And, of course, the big headline right now is that we've got those early voting numbers for Bexar County, that it looks like Ron Nirenberg with a huge lead at 62%, and then the incumbent Peter Sakai, the current Bexar County judge, with 38% of the vote, and that is just early voting numbers.
So as soon as more numbers come in, we will bring them straight to you. And if you don't want to wait for us, you can always keep up with the latest results live on KENS5.com.
And then, of course, join us on KENS 5 for KENS 5 News at 10 as we will break down everything and have live reports from our reporters.
There are people that I met on this campaign trail, and all of you have been a part of this movement. And so it wasn't built overnight, and we're not going to win tonight, but we are going to win in May. We are going to get across that finish line. We're going to get to November, and we're going to do it together, and we're going to see you in Austin in January. Now, in just a few months, hundreds of neighbors came together around a shared belief, right, that working families together deserve a better Texas, that students deserve a better public education system, that all of us deserve access to affordable health care, and all of us deserve to age in place with dignity. And so over the next few weeks, 90 days, we're going to grow this coalition even stronger. We're going to bring even more neighbors into this fold and into this fight, and it is together that we are going to fight for a better Texas. We are going to get across that finish line, and I am so honored and humbled to have been here with you. Before I go, as nice as those numbers seem, and as great as it is, I was handed a card when I got here today. It is from Jade. Is Jade still here? Thank you. And I asked her if it was okay if I read this, and as much as I appreciate the thousands of folks who voted and cast their ballot for me, it is messages like this that will mean more to me than anything else. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for making a difference. Everyone is so blessed to have someone like you. We will never forget all the amazing things you have done. Thank you for setting a great example for the younger generation. Jade is a former student of mine. I have George, who's a former student of mine. The most humbling part of this process has been seeing students come out to vote, seeing their $10 donations on the Act Blue. Every little bit has made the difference, and it is only because of you all and because of them that I stand here before you today, and it is only because of you all that we're going to be in Austin in January. Let's do this. I don't think I take questions, but that's usually what I say right about now. Questions? No questions. Thank y'all so much. Brandon's got an SAT tonight or tomorrow morning, so we're gonna get you to bed, get you ready. Boys got school tomorrow. I gotta be at work at 8 a.m. I know you all have many places to be, and it has meant so much that you've spent your night here with me celebrating, and I hope you'll be back in May. I hope you'll be back in November, and I hope you'll be there in Austin in January. Thank y'all so much. Have a great night. Be safe.
my record of support for the president and his policies, and my record of legislative accomplishments. And I would say that, as I've said before, that character is on the ballot. Ken Paxton doesn't believe that that matters. He believes that all of his misbehavior and his scandals are sort of baked in the cake, and he's won a couple of elections since much of that has come out. But there's much more that will come out in the runoff, and which will demonstrate his unfitness for office and his liability of him, the potential liability of him being the nominee in November. I won by 10 points in 2020, and I think I can help down ballot, and I can help President Trump during the remaining 2 years of his term of office after this election.
Yeah, so Senator, the president has expressed support for you and also for Ken Paxton, did not endorse anyone in this primary. Do you expect that to change now that it's gone to a runoff, and do you expect it to be you?
There's only one person on the planet who knows what President Trump's going to do, and that's him. Certainly, I talk to the president on a regular basis. He's got a great team around him of real professionals, Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Tony Fabrizio, just to name a few. And he understands what's at stake. But I understand also why in a contested primary with three of us, he didn't want to have to choose between us and disappoint some of his own base of support. And I think he wanted to see me earn this nomination, as we are well on the path to doing, before he made any kind of decision. But when or if he makes a decision and to get involved in the race is entirely up to him.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
The deal. I need to just let you know up top, I'm a pastor first. I'm a state representative as well, but I serve on the National Faith Advisory Board, and I'm incredibly proud to help be a bridge for pastors and federal policy. And let me tell you something. It is about time we get uniparty, what I really should say, uniparty Democrats out of our Republican primaries and get true conservatives to take a stand for our values inside the U.S. Senate. I don't need to tell you, but this is not a political battle we're in. This is, in fact, friends, a spiritual battle that we are in right now. And we have a current U.S. Senator that represents D.C., not the state of Texas. Right now, we have watched what happens when term limits are not in effect. We have watched what happens when someone starts to please the special interest groups over the constituents that they were sworn in to serve. And I'm here to tell you right now, there is no better man than Ken Paxton himself to fight every single day for the constituents of the great state of Texas. Do you believe that in this room? I don't need to remind you that just a couple days ago, our current U.S. Senator said anyone that votes for Ken Paxton is and I quote, radical. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty proud to be called a radical conservative that wants to stand against the sexualization of our children, that wants to stand for strong borders. Hear me on this. John Cornyn, if it makes me radical to vote for a man that defended us in court against the sham election of 2020, then call me a radical all day long. I want to say there's no one that stood with President Trump like Ken Paxton. There's no one that stood with everyday Texans like Ken Paxton. I want to share this story, and I had the opportunity this last primary season to travel the state with Attorney General Ken Paxton and help take out some rhinos in the Texas House, which we're doing again tonight, if you weren't aware of. And everywhere we traveled, I got to tell one story. And I got to tell the story of the radical sham impeachment of Ken Paxton just a couple years ago. And I love telling this story. I remember being brought back into the office with leadership. And I remember leadership in the Texas House looking at me at the time being led by Dade Phelan, who is no longer going to be in the Texas House, I might add. I remember being brought back and said, Nate, what's it going to take to get you to to get you to impeach Ken Paxton, our great Attorney General? And I said, all I need is one thing. evidence. And he looked at me, this leadership shill under our current speaker, and said, Nate, we've already given you 176 pages. Said, no, friends, you've given me hearsay. He is going to be proven innocent, and he will be our great attorney general again. I was denied the ability to ask questions. We were given 48 hours, and let me tell you something. When the uniparty comes against you with that level of force, we've seen this story before with President Trump. I will tell you this, that the greatest threat to the uniparty is the greatest threat to eliminating our freedom. And there is one thing, and one thing only, that matters in this, is we need to choose the senator who is going to stand with us and not with those who are paying the big checks to John Cornyn right now in Washington, D.C. I remember looking as our great Attorney General was being attacked by the Texas House, and I remember knowing that he would come out on top. I remember traveling the state and watching as he riled up the base to get true conservatives behind us. And I'm here to tell you, there is no greater Attorney General than we've ever had for the state of Texas. A man who has stood and been steadfast for election integrity like no other Attorney General in the history of our country ever has. A man who has stood with us against the sexualization of our children. A man who has stood for life. A man who has stood for religious freedom across America. A man who has stood in the way of the woke radical left trying to come against us as believers and as Christians. A man who has walked with us, talked with us, and been an ally in every single way. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see our next U.S. Senator Ken Paxton representing us in the U.S. Senate. I'll tell you this right now. There is one man who can stand up to the radical swamp in D.C. in this race. There is one man with a backbone that's been galvanized, that has fought for us since day one. There is one man that has refused to bend a knee to the incredibly strong lobby that is coming for every single person that does not bend a knee at their will. I will tell you this right now. I will stand with Ken Paxton till the end. I have stood with him since the beginning because he stands with you and he stands with me and he says Texas first, not the radical special interests that are trying to take over our country today. There's a plan in Washington, D.C. to create a situation where illegals can begin to vote across our nation. Now, we know that illegals are already voting in some of our blue states. We know that there's voter fraud. Why would we choose anyone else to be our battle-tested warrior in Washington, D.C. than the one Attorney General that refused to back down and refused to acknowledge and continued to say that 2020 was a stolen election? We have a warrior who's ready to fight with us. We have a warrior who's ready to stand with us. We have a warrior who's ready to run through the finish line. And there is no one I would rather get behind inside of this runoff that we are heading into than the one and only, our next U.S. Senator, Ken Paxton. Can you get loud for our next U.S. Senator? He's going to join us in just a moment. And I have a feeling tonight is going to be an incredible night. One more time, give it up for our next U.S. Senator.
90 seconds to line boxes.
And it is going to be with you on this very busy Texas primary night as the polls are closed and results are still trickling in at this hour.
We have a lot of races to get to tonight. Let's start with a hot one, the Democratic race for Bexar County Judge. Former San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg challenging current Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai.
And here's a look at the numbers tonight. Again, this is early voting numbers with 2% of the votes reporting from today. In Nirenberg there, the former San Antonio mayor with a strong lead at 62% of the vote. The winner of tonight's race will face the Republican Patrick Van Dolen in November.
On this election night, we have team coverage of all the major races across our area and state. We start with KENS 5 reporter Zach Briggs at the Nirenberg watch party. Zach?
Well, former Mayor Ron Nirenberg admittedly surprised to be declaring victory so soon. It was around 8:30 when the crowd of supporters here backyard on Broadway expressed excitement over the first batch of results. And Nirenberg served as San Antonio's mayor for 8 years. He's hoping to bring that experience of governing to the Bexar County Commissioner's Court, and there's so much he wants to tackle if ultimately elected county judge in November. Among those issues, addressing what he believes is a fractured criminal justice system. He has ambitions also to work toward providing more resources for the Bexar County DA's office to address the backlog of cases, and he also wants to work with the city on establishing a jail diversion program, a facility to aid low-level criminals who have behavioral and mental health challenges. Take a listen.
We didn't just win a primary. We committed to fixing a broken justice system. We resolved that everyone should have access to quality health care, regardless of their zip code. And we agreed that no one should have to choose between a roof over their head and food on the table. We've come a long way, but our job is definitely not done. We still have...
And that job entails going up against the Republican candidate Patrick Van Dolen. And Nirenberg said he hopes to work alongside Peter Sakai over the next several months, and he's also looking forward to collaborating with Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones. Zach Briggs, KENS 5.
All right, Zach, thank you. Now let's get to KENS 5 reporter Mike Jimenez, who's at Bexar County Judge Peter Sakai's watch party tonight. I think it's safe to say, Mike, a very different mood at the Sakai camp. What can you tell us?
Absolutely, Henry. In fact, this party is just wound down. The campaign is no longer here. There are just a handful of supporters still sticking around. But let me tell you, when those first early voting numbers came in, there was some loud audible gasps in the room, followed by some and some head shaking, just in disbelief and complete disappointment at those early voting total numbers. Now, before those numbers came in, Judge Sakai said that he was feeling quietly confident about that and pointed to his connection to the community and said that he felt connected with the community and voters, and pointed to his 40 years of public service, saying the community understands and trusts him and knows that he puts children and families first. And after those early numbers came out, it took him a bit of time to come back out and address the crowd here. And the very first thing he said was, keep the faith, keep the faith. He repeated that twice. He said he was obviously disappointed, but with the amount of early voting numbers still needed to be counted, he didn't concede. He said there was still another inning to go. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
So make no mistake about it. I will continue to stand up to the bullies, so to speak, for the people of Bexar County. We will continue to defend the Constitution. We will continue to pass policies that lower costs and renew the spirit and the promises of the American dream. The campaign may be over, but our work does not slow down, and neither will we.
Sakai also said that regardless of the outcome, he's going to move on. He's going to continue to serve the public in some capacity. Once again, he reiterated that the public knows that he puts children and families first, and said that he was happy that they ran a positive campaign. Now, just before 9:30, Sakai went home. He addressed the crowd again and said that out of respect for his family, he was going to go home and watch the remainder of those numbers come through, and did say he noticed that when the second set of results came in, that he had gained a little bit of ground. So it looks like he's still hopeful that things will turn around. And I think one of the big takeaways from tonight is that he is still not conceding this election. But he ended his speech by saying that he will respect the will of the voters. From now, that's the very latest here from the Sakai Election Night Watch Party. Mike Jimenez, KENS 5.
Mike, thank you. Now to another closely watched race, U.S. District 23. That stretches from western San Antonio all the way to El Paso. And of course, at the center of headlines lately, the incumbent, Tony Gonzalez, who is being challenged by several candidates.
And like you were just alluding to, I mean, the dark cloud really over this race. Recent allegations of an affair between Gonzalez and his staffer who died by suicide in Uvalde, and reports of lewd text messages sent by the congressman to that same woman. Gonzalez has denied any wrongdoing.
All right, let's get to the results right now so far, and you can see it's been very close. Congressman Gonzalez securing 44% of the vote, and very close second, someone we've known that these two have faced before, Brendan Herrera, conservative gun rights activist. Brendan Herrera there with 41% of the vote.
On the Democratic side, 4 challengers are hoping to flip this seat. Katie Padilla Stout in the lead tonight with 55% of the vote. And this seat was once known to flip-flop, but it has been under Republican control since 2015 with Will Hurd. Turning now to the race for U.S. Senate. Incumbent John Cornyn being challenged by 7 Republicans for a seat that he's held since 2002.
That is 24 years he has held the Senate seat. A lot of eyes on this one, not just in the Lone Star State, but across the nation. Among the challengers, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton leaving that AG seat to run for U.S. Senate. And here's a look at the results so far. The AP reporting these two will be heading to a runoff in May. Senator Cornyn there with 43% of the vote, and Attorney General Ken Paxton at second with 41% of the vote. Now, in the last 30 minutes, we heard from Senator Cornyn. Let's take a listen to what he had to say tonight.
I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country.
2 big names on the Democratic side also looking to replace Cornyn. State Representative James Tallarico and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Tallarico leading the race tonight with 52% of the vote. However, tonight, Jasmine Crockett says delays in Dallas County, over which she presides, they are contributing to the numbers you see now. She also says she plans to file a lawsuit saying voters were disenfranchised. Take a listen.
The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m.
Now to the race for Texas governor. Greg Abbott facing a total of 19 challengers from both sides, and he is looking to lock in a 4th term.
Governor Abbott securing the Republican nomination. He'll move on to the November election. As you can see there by a landslide, the governor with 83% of the vote. Let's take a listen to what the governor also said late tonight.
Thank you for the resounding victory. Thank you for making me your nominee to be your next governor for the great state of Texas. Listen, what we've done, you heard Derek and Cassie talk about it. What we've done is really just deliver common sense.
And here's a look at who Abbott could face. Out of the 9 candidates, Gina Hinojosa of Austin is in the lead with 60% of the vote. Taking a look at the race for Texas Attorney General, again, Ken Paxton leaving this office to seek a U.S. Senate seat.
4 Republicans are looking to take his seat, including Congressman Chip Roy, who currently represents Texas's 21st district. That includes San Antonio and much of the Hill Country. And you can see this looks like this is certainly going to a runoff with Mays Middleton there securing 41% of the vote, ahead of Congressman Roy with 31% of the vote.
And he could face a challenge from one of 3 Democrats. So tonight it looks like Nathan Johnson will be on the ballot in November, 49% of the vote. But remember, we still don't have all the numbers yet. You need 50% plus 1 to avoid a runoff. So this one likely could face one as well. Back to Bexar County now for the district attorney race. Current DA Joe Gonzalez is not seeking re-election after 8 years in office.
A lot of people, a lot of Democrats looking to replace him, many of whom have either worked or currently work in the DA's office. And you can see right there tonight, Luz Elena Champa is leading the race with 24% of the vote. Her next closest challenger there is Jane Davis with 19% of the vote, and then Shannon Locke there with 14% of the vote. This race is likely to go into a runoff in May, and the winner of that will face the lone Republican candidate, that being Ashley Foster.
A quick reminder before we go, you can check out all of tonight's election results right now on KENS5.com because once again, these numbers are still coming in. You can also catch up with our coverage of every race on the KENS 5 Plus app. Download KENS 5 Plus for free on your TV.
And as I mentioned, it is a lot to digest. We are not going anywhere because we are following several more key races across the state.
Plus, we'll have a look at voter turnout in Bexar County. But first, Bill?
Alicia, I've got even more numbers. These are going to be rain chances. They're definitely going up. All precincts are reporting. And we're going to talk about the timing on some much needed rain. We'll be right back.
An accident with a company car, truck, SUV, van, or fleet vehicle is not just another car accident. Thomas J. Henry has a team of skilled company vehicle accident attorneys. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust.
Born with power, tested by time. Texas is Ford Truck Month. Woo! And this is Ford F-150, part of that series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years straight. Hop in and drive the Stampede.
Drive F-150 with 0 for 60, 0 down, and 0 payments for 90 days, plus 1,000 truck month bonus cash.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Everyone needs a banking team.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Next in line.
Even legends.
Is that the Coyote? Looks like you're ready to join the team. Sign here. Oh. Congratulations and welcome to the RBFC family.
Even the Coyote knows when it comes to your finances, you can score big at RBFCU, the official credit union of the San Antonio Spurs.
We're marching towards spring break with big groups in mind at Morgan's Wonderland, the most affordable.
Texas primary election night, numbers in Bexar County are continuing to roll in. Here's a look at the results from other races across our area.
Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick faces 3 challengers for his seat. So far tonight, he has secured 85% of the vote.
And here's a look on the other side of that same ticket. 3 Democrats facing off to take on the lieutenant governor. And you can see there Vicki Goodwin securing 49% of the vote, with Marcos Velez with 31% of the vote, and then Courtney Head there with 20% of the vote.
Several congressional seats are up for grabs tonight. The race for House District 21 has drawn eyes around our state. This seat was held by Chip Roy, who gave up the seat to run for Texas Attorney General. 12 Republicans are vying for the seat. Mark Teixeira leads with 61% of the vote tonight, beating out James Traynor III, Jason Cahill, far behind, along with 7 other candidates.
And 3 Democrats are looking to challenge for Chip Roy's old seat. Kristen Hook looks like that she will lead with 61% of the vote, I believe, as we get to those results there. But it looks like we're going to take a look at U.S. House District 35 there. All right, so it looks like Kristen Hook there as we go back to U.S. House District 31 on the Democratic side, 61% of the vote there. So it looks like that she could secure that Democratic nomination there.
Let's go back to House District 35. 11 Republicans facing off in this race, U.S. House District 35. This is the district currently held by Greg Casar, who is running for the state's new congressional seat centered in Austin and Travis County. John Lujan leads Republicans with 35% of the vote. It looks like this is going to head to a runoff. It'll be likely against Carlos de la Cruz, who got about 26% of the vote tonight so far. On the Democratic side, Maureen Galindo in the lead, 29% of the vote. Her next closest challenger, Johnny Garcia, who worked with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, securing 27% of the vote tonight.
Now, in the race for U.S. House District 22, Democrats have challenged the incumbent, Congressman Joaquin Castro, and Castro there by a landslide there with 90% of the vote. Now let's get to the race for Texas Senate District 19. Marcus Cardenas leading all Republicans with about 44% of the vote, and Robert Marks Jr. in second. Hopefully we can get to those numbers there on your screen. Now this is the seat for context currently held by the Democrat Roland Gutierrez.
And in the race for Texas Senate District 21, incumbent State Senator Judith Zaffirini, there she is, has secured 74% of the vote over her Democratic challenger, Courtney Jones. A Bexar County judge race that started with 3 candidates is now down to 2.
Yeah, it looks like it will certainly be on the Democratic side. Former San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg with a strong lead right now with early votes around 66%. He'll be running against, and it's a name that San Antonio voters may be familiar with. Let's bring in David Lynch. David, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Henry, Patrick Von Dolan previously ran for San Antonio City Council 3 times. He lost all 3 times. Now he set his sights on the county judge seat, where he was the lone Republican primary candidate this year. Now, Von Dolan is originally from Goliad, and for nearly 30 years, he's worked as a financial advisor. It's that experience he hopes to bring to the judge position. He told me he believes he is the best person to help stabilize Bexar County's budget, which is projected to face a $20 million shortfall come 2028.
That they know that they have a county government that's going to provide a backbone of structure for them to go about their lives, to do their very best in their home life, domestic life, and their work life, the recreation, and to be able to enjoy that, and knowing that there's somebody that's serious, committed, and purposeful about redirecting the Titanic of Bexar County, because we can't afford to go off a $28 million fiscal cliff.
Now, Von Dolan also supports the idea of an interim county facility to assist those with mental health needs who might otherwise go straight to the downtown detention center. He said it was paramount that leaders address inmate deaths at the jail. There have been 26 since the start of 2024. Now, we'll have more from my interview with Von Dolan tomorrow night. For now, you can catch the latest election updates online and on KENS 5+.
A changing weather pattern. We enter March and we can say goodbye to high pressure and hello to some much needed rain. We've got a pattern unfolding that's going to bring us several days of rain chances, and those begin tomorrow. Outside tonight, let's show you what we've got here on the hill. The flags are moving in that southeast wind. We've had a good Gulf fetch just about all day. Temperature-wise, we're still above average. In fact, we're still above our average high at this time of night, 73 under cloudy skies. The south and southeast wind running about 14 miles per hour. In fact, let's talk about that. We've got good wind speeds, good wind gusts, all coming in from the southeast for the next several days. So you can even see some of those speeds as high as 25 miles per hour as we get into Thursday. Here's the deal. We're getting a lot of Gulf moisture in place, and all we're going to need is the trigger, and that's going to mean some pretty good rainfall amounts. Today's highs, it was also a warm one with the humidity. Upper 80s just about in every direction, almost mid-90s. Well, 93 is kind of a mid-90, isn't it? Pearsall, Cotulla, 88 Del Rio. All right, so here's the deal. High pressure just kind of flattening out, loosening. And now this ridge right in here, this is going to be this nice little trough that develops, and we get a Pacific front out of this. Probably going to get some bigger thunderstorms across North Texas. That's going to be the Wednesday system, and we get a little break on Thursday, okay? Then this big low develops out to the west. That's going to be a cutoff low. It's going to develop most of its rain for Saturday into Saturday night. But even as early as Friday and extended through Sunday, Monday into spring break, we're looking at several days of rain chances. But first things first, we've got a weather impact alert for tomorrow and early Thursday with hail and strong winds on an isolated thunderstorm possible, not probable. It's a very low probability. But you got to stay weather aware. Make sure you download the KENS 5 app and you'll have radar in the palm of your hand. But see, the Severe Prediction Center says, yes, a 1 out of 5 chance. You don't get lower, but it's there. It's not zero of seeing an isolated storm turn severe. And it does include San Antonio, the very eastmost portion of this, and the southern goes all the way to Eagle Pass. Now, future radar does not show us much. I mean, some scattered showers about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, a little bit more in the afternoon. Some isolated action that we'll have to keep an eye on out to the west, but nothing really expected in San Antonio other than some scattered showers once again on Thursday morning. And so the other model does show us the same. Pretty much, again, scattered showers early on Wednesday and through the afternoon. Nothing too strong, but then as we get into Thursday, another isolated storm or two developing out to the west. And again, that's the Thursday break. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, take a look at this. Weather impact alerts that begin Friday will take us all the way through the weekend with chances running 40, 50, 60%. I think most of the rain is going to be falling on Saturday. And again, heavy at times, and we're expecting, once again, at least about 2 inches of rain when you talk about between tomorrow and even through Tuesday of next week. I mean, we're looking at a good 7 full days of good rain chances, maybe into Wednesday the 11th. And don't forget, we are changing the clocks. We spring ahead 1 hour this upcoming weekend. Nate's got sports next.
the Spurs and 76ers. Philadelphia should reimburse the fans who bought a ticket to their home game because the Spurs led by 49 points after 3 quarters. Won it by 40. We'll make sense of that tomorrow because tonight, Elite 8 tickets on the line in the Texas UIL State Boys Hoops playoffs. Buckle up for safety. The Steel Knights in Buda taking on a Round Rock team that was 31-2 Westwood coming into the night. But the Knights gather round ye nobles, coming out unafraid. This is what you got to do to pull the upset. Play D. Maurice Eddy gets the block. Paw in there. Jaden Cherry picking at the other end. Two-hand jam. Knights with some early momentum. It starts on defense. Turns into offense. Justin McKinney. That's in high school? You kidding me? What's he going to look like when he's 24? Fast forward, under 2 minutes to go. Knights down by 1 off the entry. Cherry gets 1 foot in the lane and the foul. Knights take the 1-point advantage. Under a minute to play. Knights are up by 4, trying to deliver the knockout punch to Westwood. Round Rock coming the other way. That one's good. It is a 1-point game with 20 seconds to go. So the Knights have to inbound the basketball. Count it. 3, 4, 5. They didn't get it in bounds in time. They turn it over. So Westwood takes over down by 1 with 10 seconds to go. They're going to dribble it out. Play for the last shot. Trip to the Elite 8 on the line for the win. No, sir. Knights moving on. Call the fight. Lonnie Hubbard and Steele. They're dancing on into the next round. Buckle up for safety indeed. Take a breath of fresh air, Lonnie Hubbard.
Well, I tell you what, it took a whole lot of work. They're extremely good. They're 31-2 for a reason. Won 28 games in a row. I got no more respect. Those guys are really, really good. They do a great job and they play hard. We had to do all the little things the right way. Otherwise, they would have beat it. They did them too well.
Let's take a trip to Alice, Texas, where McAllen, 38-0 on the season. They get Alamo Heights, but the Mules came to play. Down by 1, 4 seconds to go. Alamo Heights needs a bucket. But I heard a whistle. Fouled. He's going to the line for 2 shots. A chance to win it. First one on the way. Ice water. Oh, he kissed it in. So now we're square at 52. Tie ball game, 2 seconds. Free throws no good. McAllen coming the other way from half court. Wait a minute. Oh, by the skin of his whiskers. Back iron and out. We got free hoops in Alice. I don't know what else you're doing in Alice. You're watching this game. Whittingstall underneath. Kisses it in. Oh. That puts Alamo Heights on top late. They need 1 stop, up by 1. McAllen looking for the winner. Step in and take the charge, young man. And that gives Alamo Heights the shock winner. And McAllen, their first loss of the season, 63-59 and OT. And real quick, let's check in on some Clemens and Westlake. Westlake, the mighty chaps, they had a heck of a season. Clemens fought. They had a 15-0 run in the second half, but it was not enough because Austin Westlake would run away with it down the stretch. We'll make sense of more of this tomorrow afternoon. The race is indeed off to them in the Texas State Boys playoffs.
KENS5.com and KENS5 Plus.
Orange Days have arrived at Ashley this week.
is traceable to Dallas County, but also Williamson County. Dallas County shouldn't get all of the credit for the way things have gone tonight. Williamson County was another interesting one. For those of you who haven't paid attention and weren't with us for the whole night on election night, Dallas County and Williamson County, in both of those counties, Republicans decided a while back, like, hey, we're not going to do the usual thing where we Republicans and you Democrats get together and we have these joint primaries. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do our own and you're going to do your own. The problem with that whole thing is that a lot of voters didn't know about that. And so they started showing up to polls at these precincts that they normally go to, or these voting centers, and they were told you're in the wrong place. And so if you didn't early vote and you waited until maybe after work on election day to head out, there you are, you're stuck, and maybe you don't make it in time.
And making sense of all this, because it has been a heck of a night. Vinny Minchillo from Glass House Strategy, a Republican ad man there on the right side of your screen. And then Domingo Garcia is with us, longtime Democrat in Dallas County and elsewhere. Former national president of LULAC as well. So thanks,
and thankfully
guys,
an attorney too, because
we
we need the legal stuff tonight, because part of the reason everything was so messed up in Dallas County is that there was a judge in the evening who said, okay, responding to Colin Allred, who was a candidate in District 33, said, okay, you know what, there's enough confusion here where we need to leave the polls open past 7 p.m. We're going to keep them open till 9. Well, a while after that, we learned that Attorney General Ken Paxton went to the Texas Supreme Court and said, wait, they're not allowed to do that without going through the Attorney General's office first. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And the Texas Supreme Court said, okay, you know what? Let's end this. We got to throw out those votes, or at least preliminarily, we're deciding that we got to set aside those votes that happened between that 7 and 9 window. So what a mess we're in now. So the attorney here on the panel, what happens here?
Looks like there's probably going to have to be a hearing before the district judge regarding whether his or her order was legally binding on ending the voting at extending the hours to 9 o'clock, or whether Paxton's position that only the votes at 7 should be counted. It's terrible if you disenfranchise people. I'm not sure why Paxton feels that, hey, there was confusion. People, I have a friend that went to 3 different polling locations, took 2.5 hours to vote. Okay, and he's a regular voter, and he had to go 3 different places, and he was misdirected. How many people had that same experience in Dallas County? And yet, we had when I saw somebody on Channel 8 tonight that he was at 9 o'clock, and then they didn't let him vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's just wrong. Everybody who wants to vote should be allowed to vote, and we shouldn't be cutting up people off on the technicality, which is what this sounds like.
I was talking to a high-ranking Democrat tonight just before we went on here with this live episode of Y'all-itics, and this Democrat said there's no way that ballots after 7 p.m. are going to count. No way it's going to count. It's pretty clear in state law. I was surprised to hear that from a Democrat, but here's something else that I discovered just kind of working the phone a few moments ago. So from 7 till 9, this is not in the order from the judge in Dallas, but from 7 till 9, anybody who got there at 7:30, cast a ballot at 8:15, those were all provisional ballots. So they're easy to be set aside. And for those who don't know, a provisional ballot is one that is only counted if things get super tight and they have to confirm everything on there. So it may be a little easier to sort these out, but we don't know how many, no one can answer how many provisional ballots have been cast. Apparently there were a number of folks who did not get, a number of people who were working at the polls who did not get the word to stay open past 7 p.m. But, even zooming out from there, man, what a night for Republicans, for Democrats. Let's start at the top of the ballot. Vinny, with you. We're talking so much, we haven't even cracked the
Haven't started drinking.
cold drinks here tonight.
I have.
You have. Cheers, my friend.
I don't mind sharing a beer with you.
Yeah, right.
Cheers.
Thanks for staying up late with us, guys. The Republican race for U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
John Cornyn fighting for his political career tonight against Ken Paxton and against Wesley Hunt and a few other candidates on there. The surprise here to me was that Cornyn did what polls said he couldn't do, and he led the entire night. He's still ahead. He's going to a runoff with Ken Paxton, but he did better than I think people anticipated.
Yeah, I thought this would be close, but I thought Paxton would come out ahead, kind of within 2 or 3 points, which is kind of where we are now.
Right now they're at about a point and a half,
Point and a half.
with estimated total vote of 69%.
But Cornyn's still leading.
Cornyn's
Still leading.
yeah.
Big surprise for me, though, is Ken Paxton wildly underperforming in Collin County.
Yeah.
Where he's from.
His home county. Now, we were talking about it before. I mean, that's where Angela Paxton is from, too.
Yeah.
So, what's going on in Collin County? That's, that was the big surprise of the night for me.
Yeah.
And then on the Democratic side, we talked about this with Jason on the big board earlier, Domingo, and Tallarico, who had a 4 or 5 month head start because Jasmine Crockett got into the race very late. The last possible day you could file, the last possible 90 minutes you could file is when she announced. But James Tallarico has been across the state. He's worked the Valley. He's campaigned with Bobby Polito, a famous Tejano star down there. He's really run up the totals everywhere else. I'm talking to a number of Democrats who say, listen, Tallarico won this thing. At the end of the day, despite what happens in Dallas County, Tallarico has enough votes.
I think Tallarico will put together a very strong coalition across the state that gained a lot of momentum, especially among young voters. College campuses are going to turn out in record numbers. I read something like 21% of voters in the Democratic primary, it was their first time voting in a primary. So I think, enlarged the electorate. Jasmine is a firebrand. She also brought some people to the polls. I think her problem was she was limited to Dallas and Harris County, which was her base. Now that's 31% of the statewide vote, but you got to go get votes somewhere else. And I think Tallarico was able to run up the score in the Valley. I think he's going to do well in Travis County, Williamson County, and I think that's going to put him ahead. And he'll be a very formidable opponent to either Ken Paxton. Here you got the preacher and the adulterer, the 10 Commandments, and the guy who is doing Sunday school classes. I mean, that's the contrast if you have that election.
How does that play out with the ads, man?
Well, they almost write themselves. I think
Vinny produces some great ads, and he's the guy we go to also to break down what ads accomplish and don't accomplish sometimes. So.
And ads are going to be a big deal in this. But I think I will say one consultant thing that, for Jasmine Crockett, there's really not a path for her to win the general. So I think for Democrats, this is a moment of actual clarity, for them to put Tallarico forward.
So good night for Democrats in that regard.
I think in that regard, it's a sensible vote.
So Republicans though wanted her to win the primary because of that.
Right.
But so then why would Ken Paxton go to the Supreme Court and ask them to make a ruling that might hurt her more than Tallarico?
Well, let's not let facts get in the way of politics here. So what we've got now is no matter whose fault it is or whatever happened, it doesn't matter. Now it's a race to message this thing.
And what's that going to be?
Well, that's if you're the Democrats, the message is those Republicans have tinkered with the system and suppressed the vote and took your right to vote away. If you're on the Republican side, it's those knuckleheads in the blue counties can't even run an election. You would want to let them, go run the state. So that'll be the race to the messages.
Domingo, you're ready for it, man.
Yeah, I think it's just voter suppression. Look,
he's on it. He's on message.
Voter suppression.
He is on message.
And really, keeping the polls open to 9 o'clock happens a lot. You've seen the lines in some of these races, especially Houston, usually, where you got people a block, 2 blocks waiting at 7 o'clock to vote, and the judges say, you know what, let those people vote. They're in line. And now you're saying, no, you know what? You're not in the door at 7. You don't get to vote. And working people who actually have a job, by the time they get off work, drop off the kids, whatever, it's going to be close to 7.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think Republicans are disenfranchised working people.
Domingo,
if only we had a period of time before the election where people could go vote on
That's a good
some
idea.
numbers of days, a couple weeks before.
If there were ever a commercial for early voting, this is it in Dallas County.
That
on
one I totally
night.
agree. Vote early.
Vote early.
Avoid the lines and the possible chaos you're going to have election day.
It is such a better experience. Domingo, you were talking with me about this offline, and you said something that it stuck with me. You think, though, here that even if the Texas Supreme Court hears arguments about this, and again, this is a preliminary ruling that they're saying that those ballots past between 7 and 9 don't count. You think that the Democratic Party can still say, we don't care what the Supreme Court has to say here, we're counting those ballots?
I think the state Democratic Party, basically, gets the local county elections departments to run their primary for them.
Yeah,
they
the
can
parties,
say what,
the parties pay for these elections,
right,
the primaries.
and if a court says, you know what, we are not going to count any votes after 7, the party can say, you know, we are going to count them till 9. It's our election, our voters, and we're going to count them.
So it's
now,
the party's prerogative.
It's a party's prerogative.
Okay.
And now after that, if I'm Jasmine Crockett and I think that I should count those votes or not count them if I'm Tellerico, whoever, which one, then that could wind up in court. But
so this is going to be a fight that goes back and forth.
But I think at some point the Democratic elder statesmen and women will step in once we know we have a clear winner and that the votes aren't going to really change it.
Now, when you say,
what do you mean by that?
Who would have to do that?
Barack Obama might step in, you know, or maybe Kamala Harris.
That wouldn't surprise you that one of those figures might call Crockett if that's the way things turn out and say, listen, it's time to move on.
It's not in the best interest of the Democratic Party in Texas or the Democratic Party in America, and a potential biblical size, Texas size election where a Democrat can finally crack the red wall, you know, and everybody thinks Tellerico, that's his electability argument, that he's more electable statewide than Jasmine Crockett. Then I think that's where they come in, and that's where Ms. Crockett's going to have to make a really tough choice.
The longer this goes on, the better it is for Republicans, because it makes the Democratic Party look like they're in disarray.
Well, and also Republicans are going to have their own serious fist fight going on with Ken Paxton and John Cornyn. I mean, we're already getting a preview of it in their speeches on election night. Yeah. This is going to be, we talked about this beforehand, you know, we expected this to go to this runoff, and you were saying that we're going to get to a whole different level of nastiness in this runoff.
And what's got to be tough is the Cornyn people have dropped $100 million on Paxton's head with some of the best opposition hits I've ever seen in 25 years of politics.
Wow.
And they haven't moved the numbers. They haven't moved Paxton down and haven't really moved Cornyn up to any perceptible amount. So they've got to be going, we got to find another way to do this.
So where does Wesley Hunt's support go?
That's a great question. I mean, I think you know, Wesley Hunt and Ken Paxton, they were both anti-Cornyn voters.
Yeah.
So the question is, do the Wesley Hunt people, do they go, all right, I'll go to Paxton, or do they say, a pox on both their houses, I'm staying home?
Well, and also the wild card here for that and for any of these races that go to runoff is that they're going to a runoff, which will be May, 26th?
26th.
And I mean, I'm paid to know these things, and I still had to think about it for a second. That is going to be a low turnout affair compared to what we have seen. This was a pretty extraordinary turnout that we've had for this primary election. That's going to be a low turnout affair, and you never know what's going to happen in those.
Right before Memorial Day.
I think you do.
Before Memorial Day.
Only the hardcore, you know, political activists vote in that runoff.
So
in
that
May.
favors Paxton, doesn't it?
And that favors Paxton because he has that hardcore, you know, 3R Republican voters, and the Cornyn voters that maybe it's that suburban housewife in Katy or in Southlake might say, you know what, I'm going to Disney World. I'm not going to go vote. and that favors Paxton.
Yeah. That's the challenge for Cornyn, and I think the campaign knows that going in, that they've got to do that. They have to bring out everybody who voted this time, and they've got to get some more. And they know that's a tall order.
Can they do that?
It's doable. It ain't easy.
But if you're Democrats, you're saying, here we were so ready to sit back and just pop open the popcorn and watch these two just thrash each other in this runoff and spend all of their money doing so. Yeah. And then we would jump back in and take on whoever is the very bruised winner of that runoff. But yet we've got this fire burning on the Democratic side now too, and we don't know how long it's going to take to put that out.
I anticipate it'll be done within 30 days.
Okay.
30 days? That's a long time, man. That's a long time.
And in the meantime, they have to stay
I think
active.
there's a hearing probably, there'll be an emergency hearing here the next 72 hours. I haven't seen the latest results. And then it's going to be up to the candidates to decide if they want to fight that or not. And does it make a difference? If Tellerico has a 100,000 vote lead statewide and Dallas County, we're counting another 90,000 votes, it's not going to matter.
But both of these candidates now are also going to have to stay active for that period of time. They're exhausted. You know, you didn't get to the finish line, you got to the start line again. That's an exhausting process to go through, and you got to be careful, don't you, that you walk this tightrope of not, you know, putting it in voters' minds too much that they've been cheated in some way, because you don't want to turn them off for November. You don't want to make them disengage and go, well, I guess my vote doesn't count, and they're telling me that, you know, it's all against me, and, you know, what can I do?
Look, it's really tough for both of them. If you notice, they really didn't attack each other. There was these outside PACs that were attacking Jasmine as not being electable in a fall election, but there weren't really. Their politics are about the same. I mean, on most platforms, whether it's immigration, education, you go down the line, you can't really tell the difference between Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett. So I think at some point at the end of this court battle, I think if the numbers show Tellerico won, which I think is going to happen, Jasmine's going to have to step back, and her supporters have to decide to support Tellerico for the general election, as opposed to them having a bitter mouth that maybe Jasmine was cheated or things were done that took her out of the ballot.
Does President Trump finally get involved with Cornyn now? And does he support Cornyn? Does he support Paxton?
Yeah.
Finally endorse.
Well, you know, I'm not in the business of predicting what the president will and will not do.
Who knows?
But I think yes. I think he comes in now, and I think he supports Cornyn, and it's a $200 million decision. You know, I think if it's Paxton, Tellerico, the Republicans are perfectly prepared to put in $200 million to support.
Which is
this is
an unprecedented amount.
It's already an unprecedented
amount of money.
This is already the most expensive Senate primary in the nation's history, not just the state.
Yeah, but for Elon Musk, it's a drop in the bucket. I mean, he's almost a trillionaire. Right. And he's a Texan now, you know.
But if you look at it, if it's Cornyn and Tellerico, you could spend a fraction of that. And because I think this is a matchup, and I think Cornyn wins this by the generic ballot, whatever it is right now, you know, 52-42, whatever the generic ballot is in the state.
If it's Cornyn Tellerico, you think it's
I think it's
that much of a spread?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Republican race for Texas Attorney General as well. We're going to go through each of these. We don't have to spend as much time as we did on that one there. But the Republican race for Texas Attorney General, 4 people in this race: Aaron Reitz, Joan Huffman, Mays Middleton, who is known as MAGA Mays Middleton, if you've seen any of the ads.
And how could you not have seen them?
And then Congressman Chip Roy. Chip Roy had always led all the polling we saw. Chip Roy told us at one point a few weeks back he might win this thing outright. But when it comes down to it, what's the final?
40% to 30%. They're
Mays
headed
Middleton.
to a runoff.
Mays Middleton ahead. Ended up ahead. I mean, if you look at the polls, that surprised me. Did it surprise you at all?
I was surprised how wrong the polls were on this.
How did they get that wrong?
You know, I don't know. You know, they for some reason must have overestimated, you know, Roy's support. I mean, I think Middleton's about where he ought to be with 40. I think that's about right. You know, I don't know. For the most part, the pollsters, I think, have done a pretty good job on the Republican side this time, but we're way off on this one. You know, and so you've got to factor in Middleton had lots more money and lots more organization. Roy got in late, and he's kind of a regional candidate.
And if you think about the runoff and who shows up, if it's the most rabid voters, then that would probably favor Middleton, wouldn't it?
Well, you know, it depends who you ask. You know, I think, you know, Roy is certainly a conservative stalwart. Although I think I'd go advantage Middleton. And I think it's on money and organization. Yeah. He'll be able to turn his people back out.
On the Democratic side of this, for Attorney General, you've got Senator Nathan Johnson from Dallas up against former Galveston Mayor Joe Jaworski. And that one, as we speak right now, Nathan Johnson ahead, 48.5% to 27% in that one. And then we've got a third candidate, Anthony Box, siphoning off quite a few votes there to keep either one of those from going over 50. Still a lot of vote out, though, on that one, Domingo. And Nathan Johnson has been performing well in these big vote centers, and there's still some vote to come in. Might be able to avoid a runoff narrowly.
I think the Dallas County, when all the Dallas County votes come in, they'll probably put him over 50, and he'll be the nominee for AG. He's going to be the strongest Democratic candidate, state senator, well-funded, had some very cute commercials that he was running, you know, during the campaign. So I think he's going to win without a runoff, and he'll be a formidable opponent in the fall. And by the way, Gina Hinojosa is going to win the Democratic nomination, and I think she's also developing some charismatic movement-type support that I've seen across the state for her also. She's not going to have the money Abbott's going to have, but she's going to be competitive.
But could Tallarico
define competitive within 10 points?
52-42, generic ballot, right? I mean, that's kind of what they look like. But would Tallarico, I mean, could he help? Gina Hinojosa?
I think
could he help?
Tallarico, I think it's good. First of all, the party that's out of power normally wins these midterm elections.
Congressional races, yeah.
Congressional. And I think also statewide, Beto, when he got to 48%, it was one of those times. And that's where we got sort of the stars are aligning, and they all seem to be blue. A lot of Trump's support, I think, that was there, especially in the Hispanic community, there's buyer's remorse. We didn't buy into, abuelitas and abuelitos, grandmas and grandpas being arrested and deported, or me being checked to see if I was a U.S. citizen and I got to show my papers. And then the economy hasn't gotten any better. And I think those Hispanics that voted Republican are going to come back, as well as some other, I'm going to call it moderate George Bush Republicans, might say, we're not MAGA, we don't recognize this Republican Party. And then you could have a Tallarico win, and then a Gina Hinojosa could get up, I don't know that she could win, but she could get into the 48s.
That'd be interesting.
Extraordinary.
She did that. The other upset tonight is the race for agriculture commissioner. Sid Miller, the incumbent.
At least as we speak right now.
As we speak right now. How much is
three-quarters of the estimated total vote has been counted.
He's behind by 89,000.
And he's behind by almost 90,000 votes.
Williamson County's not in.
Yeah, Williamson County's not in. A lot of the smaller counties out in sort of the middle and western part of Texas, there's a fair number of those that haven't produced anything. A lot of those are small shots of votes, but they can add up when you start, putting them all together. But that was, I think, a little bit of a surprise. And if we see an incumbent being picked off like that, we just don't see that very often here in Texas, which has been run by Republicans across the board in state government for more than 3 decades now. You usually don't see an incumbent picked off in the primaries.
Yeah, this is a really interesting race, and this is one of the bright spots for Abbott tonight. It's one of the candidates that he endorsed that is doing well.
Nate Sheets and Sid Miller was endorsed by Trump. By Trump. But pretty late in the game.
And again, this is another race, too, where Miller was leading every poll significantly.
Yeah.
So it's another one that they've gotten wrong, at least so far. But I think one of the things that's interesting about this race is normally Ag Commissioner was always, well, we'll leave it to the farmers and the ranchers to vote on this. People in Dallas and Harris County a lot of times would just skip that race.
Yeah.
In this case, we've kind of flipped the script, and Nate Sheets has campaigned hard to moms in Collin County and in Williamson County and Montgomery County, talking about their food and all that stuff. So, this is a really surprising one, and I think changes the look of the Ag Commissioner race going forward.
Yeah, it totally does. Then the Republican race for state comptroller, the state's
the comptroller,
treasurer.
Exciting.
The numbers guy. What the comptroller does. The state's CFO, chief financial officer here. Also the person that manages the school voucher program.
Yeah.
But this one, I think we talked about the podcast a few episodes ago for our voter guide. This is kind of a stepping stone to higher office.
Yeah.
Because people don't necessarily know what this job does. But you had Don Huffines on the Republican side, former state senator from Dallas, very popular
Made a
with
run
the
for
MAGA
governor
crowd.
last time around.
And he highly influential to Governor Abbott.
Yeah.
Made Abbott change his position on a
Pushed
number
him
of
pretty
things
far to
during
the
COVID.
right. Yeah.
Pushed him way right, and Abbott hasn't returned since.
That race has been called, by the way, for Don Huffines.
It is called for Huffines. He was running against Kelly Hancock, who's the acting comptroller
Wasn't even close, and that had 4 candidates in it, all with 3 of them with pretty good name recognition, and this one wasn't even close.
Christy Craddock. So Huffines has 57% of the vote. Hancock, who's the acting comptroller, the incumbent, who was endorsed by Governor Abbott with 23% of the vote. Christy Craddock, the railroad commissioner, with 15% of the vote. Huffines won a 4-person race without a runoff.
With almost 58% of the vote, and that's with 80% of the total vote estimated.
If Abbott had a good night with Nate Sheets, how surprised is he tonight that Kelly Hancock didn't get across the finish line to a runoff?
Well, it was looking pretty bad all the way through. I mean, Kelly Hancock is really, he's a low-key guy, which I think for comptroller, we all want a low-key comptroller. But he's a low-key guy, and he just really never broke out of that. Huffines brought a lot of money to the race and a lot of visibility to the race. And you hit it on the head. I don't think Don Huffines wants to be comptroller any more than I want to be comptroller. I think he's really looking at this to, number one, annoy Greg Abbott every single day that he can, and then line himself up for a run for governor.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that one if it's an Abbott-Huffines primary, if that were to ever materialize.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if he tries to implement that voucher program, which has become very controversial, and that was Abbott's #1 issue in the legislature, or if he tries to put some kinks in it and slow that down.
Here's something that interests me.
I didn't think about that.
Here's something that interests me about that though, is that you see the breakdown of votes here, and just as I'm doing the quick math on this in my head, if we flip over to the Democratic side there, State Senator Sarah Eckhart from the Austin area ended up with 1 million votes so far. That's with only 71% or so of the vote in that's expected. That's more votes than Don Huffines has at this point. Yeah. It looks almost here like if I go down through the different candidates, Democrats actually had more votes in that race than Republicans did. This has been touted by Democrats as one seat that they might finally be able to pick up statewide. They have not had a statewide, I don't have to tell you this, Domingo, you know it's been more than 3 decades. 1994 was the last time Democrats won statewide races. How good of a chance do you think Sarah Eckhart has here against Don Huffines?
Again, it's a long shot. It's a generic ticket that we talked about earlier. But it seems like every 2 years the Democrats get 2%. Let me tell you why. A lot of the Republican voters, they're disappearing. They're dying. Okay? And you got younger voters replacing those. They're much more diverse. They reflect the Texas electorate much better. And so there's that every 2 years that vote is changing. If you guys remember, I was in Dallas County in 2004. Every seat was held by a Republican. And all of a sudden in 2 years, it flipped. I think Texas statewide, we're getting closer to that flip tipping point than we've been ever before.
Domingo, I've known you for a long time. We've talked about this blue wave forever, man. I haven't seen anything yet, though.
Well, Beto did.
Beto got close.
Yeah, he even won Tarrant County. And I think that the election, that special election for the state Senate seat in Tarrant County, I don't think that was a fluke. I think people are upset with the Republican Party. They're the party in power, and people are not happy with what's happening.
Yeah, that was.
And normally they take it out on that party.
Beto ran against a wildly unlikable candidate too, in Senator Cruz. So that was what helped him get that close. But to talk about this comptroller election, this honestly is an election I worry about, because I do think that Huffines has a ceiling, and I think he does not have broad appeal, beyond the hardcore Republican primary voter. Honestly, it's a race I would worry about.
And he didn't have the support of the governor in this race, and also one of his big campaign promises is to quote unquote doge Texas, and come in and cut and waste, fraud, and abuse, that sort of thing. It'll be interesting to see how much that appeals as we go into general.
He's not a super charming guy. It's just not his thing.
He's actually weird looking. When I see him on TV, I wonder how people are voting for this guy.
Who are we talking about?
Huffines.
But when it comes to Eckhart, if you're concerned about that, that means that Eckhart would have to raise some money and really ride the coattails of Tallarico if he's the nominee, right?
She's going to need $10, $20 million, which is not in the couch cushions.
Yeah.
But I think Beto raised $75, $80 million. That's not typical Democratic money. Usually Democrats don't spend their money in Texas. They go out there to Michigan and all the other battleground states. Tellerico is going to be able to raise $100 million. And that's a lot of money to get out the vote for low propensity voters that normally Democrats don't have the money to touch. So that's why I think it might have coattails, and Sarah Eckhart can maybe win, who's very popular down in Austin.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he can do that if Cornyn is the nominee. Paxton's the nominee, I'm with you. But if it's Cornyn the nominee, I think the money stays out.
Interesting.
The only thing is Democrats have very few shots, nationally to win. And Texas, North Carolina, Maine, Alaska, that's where they're thinking the shots are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Domingo, this is being watched nationally. District 15, Congressional District 15 down in the Valley. Bobby Pulido, I don't think anybody's shocked by this. Tejano Star did very, very well tonight. This race has been called for him. He beat Ada Cuellar, and he'll be taking on the incumbent Monica de la Cruz, who was unchallenged in this primary. You see this as one of those spots that might make Republicans in Texas uncomfortable with the redistricting decisions?
Yeah, the redistricting tried to basically 3 Democrats down there, well, 2, Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar. I think both of them are going to win their seats. Trump carried their districts, but they won their congressional seats. And Bobby Pulido is a Tejano superstar. A lot of Dallasites might not know him, but in the Tejano community, and that's an 80% Hispanic district, he's very well known. He's a centrist. You know, he's pro-gun. He's against abortion, and he's a Democrat. And he has a legacy there. So I think he has a very good shot of flipping that seat. And the other one there, the Tony Gonzalez district, that goes from Del Rio all the way to El Paso, has been flipping sides back and forth. And Tony Gonzalez is in the middle of a very bad scandal, having an affair with his aide who didn't commit suicide. And he's going to be in a runoff with a pro-gun nut, basically, down there. And either whoever comes out of this is going to be damaged. And then a Democrat could pick up that seat also.
And a lot of Republicans, or some Republicans, have even been calling for Gonzalez to step down over all of this. Does that one concern you, Vinny? And are you concerned about the carve-up, the kind of unorthodox mid-decade redistricting that Republicans did here? Did they make some of these districts safe enough that they tried to pull away from Democrats?
Well, it was always a calculated risk, right? Yeah. And nobody had the Tony Gonzalez scandal on their bingo card. Yeah. I think if you took that out of the equation, this race is over. Tony Gonzalez wins. He's well liked. He's a good candidate. But yeah, this scandal is heartbreaking and horrible, and is definitely going to affect that election. Maybe he hangs on. Maybe he doesn't. It's going to be very close. Now, De La Cruz, very good candidate.
Are you worried about Bobby Pulido down there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could be close. She's not going down without a fight. She's a good candidate too.
Yeah, and that district has become more Republican, when the lines have moved here. Yeah. It's leaning more Republican.
Yeah. So I think a lot of those Hispanic Republicans have buyer's remorse that voted for Trump and for Ted Cruz, for example. And I think they're going to come back. And as we saw in that state Senate seat in Tarrant County, where Kamala Harris won the Stockyards, North Side, Fort Worth, traditional Hispanic area, 54% to 46%, but Taylor Swift got I think 81% of the Hispanic vote there.
Well, interesting thing about the Valley too, I think that there was a lot of hand-wringing among Democrats after 2024 because President Trump, didn't run the board down there, but got as close as a Republican has gotten to running the board down in the Valley. And Democrats used to be able to, rely on that being solidly blue down there at the bottom of Texas. But this time, if we looked at early voting, we don't have the full election day voting in yet, but in early voting, when people could choose, maybe they voted Republican last time. This time, you get to choose in a primary which way you're going to vote. And Democrats saw much bigger turnout than Republicans, especially in some of these big population centers around, Brownsville, Harlingen, McAllen, Laredo, and that has to be a relief for Democrats right now to see that. But how do you, continue that momentum? We've seen Politico putting out headlines from Trump supporters and big-time Republicans down in the Valley saying, hey, this immigration, the way it's being carried out across the country is not sitting well here. And it's also not sitting well that, like, for instance, we don't have people able to build homes and so forth. And, of course, they notice tariffs along the border in ways that we don't maybe in other places.
All the construction, companies down in South Texas, the home builders, Republicans, all of them, who supported Monica de la Cruz, they're saying we don't got no workers to do our roofing, our plumbing. This immigration thing went too far. I thought we were only going to get the worst of the worst, and now people are afraid to go to work. The housing market is collapsing. Home building is stopping. The economy is grinding to a halt with the closing of the border. They rely on international trade in Laredo and down in McAllen.
It's huge.
And when all of that is basically comes to a halt, then that impacts the whole economy. That's why I think the Republicans misplayed their hand. They had a lot of Hispanics who are very religious, patriotic, have a lot of values that Republicans appeal to, that were swinging toward the R side. That's why, like, Starr County voted, Republican for the first time, 150 years. But I think Starr County is going to go Democrat, and so will all the other counties because of the Republican policies and its impact on their pocketbooks and its impact on their ability to just go about their business on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, the Republican mayor of McAllen, Javier Villalobos, told us the same thing. This is a little bit more than we signed up for here, and the home builders, the development in McAllen, which has a lot of development there,
it's booming.
it's been stunted.
Yeah.
It's been stunted by the enforcement actions down there, and people are afraid to come across. Let's go back to the Al Green race and Christian Menifee congressional race in Harris County. This is interesting to me because this is another one of these generational issues. Right. Is it time, like Joe Biden, 2 years ago?
Or Nancy Pelosi.
Or Nancy Pelosi. Is it time, at a certain age, do you age out? Is it time for you to hand the torch to the younger generation? Christian Menifee is the former Harris County attorney. He won the special election to fill the seat for Sylvester Turner after his sudden passing. And now Al Green, who was redistricted out of a seat, says, listen, I'm going to run for that too. I'm not done in Congress. So you have these two generations of Democrats running against each other, and this is going to a runoff now. Christian Menifee with 48% of the vote, but Al Green close behind with 43% of the vote. Which way does this one go?
You know, I know both of them very well. And Al Green, of course, is famous for, getting his, what's the stick?
Good morning to you. Now the Texas primary election trickling in onto Wednesday. It has certainly been a long day, but we are still here with you along with our team. It's good to be with you. I'm Henry Ramos.
And I'm Alicia Nieves. We're tracking major races around the state and here in Bexar County.
Bexar County numbers, they have been slowly trickling in the last 5 hours since the polls closed at 7. We've only received updates about 3 different times. That latest update just coming in about 11:43, which is why we are coming on the air on KENS 5 Plus to get you the latest results.
So we're keeping our word. We are tracking those numbers as they come in. So this is the most high profile, one of them, most high profile races in Bexar County, the race for Bexar County judge. So incumbent Peter Sakai being challenged by former San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg.
And it looks like Ron Nirenberg securing that Democratic nomination with 62% of the vote, with the incumbent Peter Sakai 38% of the vote. Nirenberg will face the Republican Patrick Von Dolan in November. Let's take a listen to what both candidates had to say tonight.
We didn't just win a primary. We committed to fixing a broken justice system. We resolved that everyone should have access to quality health care, regardless of their zip code. And we agreed that no one should have to choose between a roof over their head and food on the table. We've come a long way, but our job is definitely not done. We still have to win an election in November.
So make no mistake about it. I will continue to stand up to the bullies, so to speak, for the people of Bexar County. We will continue to defend the Constitution. We will continue to pass policies that lower costs and renew the spirit and the promises of the American dream. The campaign may be over, but our work does not slow down, and neither will we.
Moving now to the district attorney race. Current DA Joe Gonzalez is not seeking re-election after 8 years in office.
So we start with the Democrats looking to replace him. As we've been mentioning since yesterday, many of these candidates have either worked or currently work in the DA's office, and it looks like that this race, it's well to say that it's headed to a runoff with Jane Davis, as you can see there, with 18% of the vote, and then Luz Elena Chapa as the top candidate there, receiving 24% of the vote. They will face, after the May primary runoff, either which candidate will then face the lone Republican candidate, that being Ashley Foster. And another race headed for a runoff tonight. I think, Alicia, as you mentioned, that's going to be the theme, right, for this election cycle in the primaries. This one's a big one. It's the Republican race for U.S. District 23. Incumbent Tony Gonzalez facing off against challenger Brendan Herrera in May.
And the two have faced each other in a runoff before, so there's history between these two candidates. The difference, 400 votes in the last runoff election. And so this time around, there's a dark cloud over this race. You maybe have heard the stories about recent allegations of an affair between Gonzalez and his staffer who died by suicide in Uvalde, and reports of lewd text messages sent by the congressman to that same woman. Gonzalez has denied any wrongdoing.
And just by looking at those numbers tonight, 43% for each candidate. It looks like just hundreds of votes, again, separating those two. And I will say it doesn't look like that either one of them had a watch party tonight, but we've been monitoring their social media accounts to get the reaction. But of course, we'll keep following that.
On the Democratic side, 4 challengers are hoping to flip this seat to blue. And it looks like Katie Padilla Stout, she is the projected winner tonight, 52% of the vote.
And Ms. Stout is a former teacher as well as a San Antonio native, so we'll see how that goes in November. But it looks like she may be looking to secure that nomination to head to November to face. Again, we'll have to wait for the primary on the Republican side. The other big race is the one for U.S. Senate, and there's been a lot of drama around this one on both sides, the Republicans and the Democrats. But the incumbent, John Cornyn, being challenged by 7 Republicans for the seat that he has held since 2002. 24 years. And among the challengers, a well-known name, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. So here's a look at those results. And it looks like that, well, for sure, these two will be going to a runoff in May between Cornyn and Paxton.
And you mentioned about the watch parties not happening. One of our fellow reporters from our sister station in Dallas For the first time, I'm willing to bet since he has been in office, Cornyn did not have a traditional watch party tonight because he's anticipating that runoff, and it is likely going to be the toughest race in his time in this position yet. So we will keep an eye on that. We also have two big names on the Democratic side.
This campaign is bigger than one person. It's about the future of Texas and the future of our great country, America. As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt, but I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas, and everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused.
I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country.
Those are some strong words between the two right there. And at least you think of the amount of money that is funneled into both of those campaigns. It is not over with that side. On the Republican side, it's certainly only going to get more heated in the coming months. Again, the runoff between Cornyn and Ken Paxton.
And so this race alone is not only one of the most closely watched races in Texas, but across the nation, thanks in large part also to these two candidates, two big names on the Democratic side looking to replace John Cornyn. We have State Representative James Tallarico, who has earned 53% of the vote so far tonight, more than 1 million votes trickling in, and Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, with 46%. And there has been a lot of drama, you could say, around this race, the Democratic side in particular tonight.
Let's take a listen to both candidates who spoke tonight.
The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m.
We are still waiting for an official call, but we are confident in this movement we've built together. Every vote must be counted. Every voice must be heard. The voter suppression in my home county and in Congresswoman Crockett's home county underscores the gravity of this moment.
And our team working hard because State Representative James Tallarico just spoke to his crowd of supporters well after midnight. And as you mentioned, he didn't necessarily declare victory, saying that there's still votes that needed to be counted. There was a lot of drama in Dallas tonight, and of course, courts getting involved, so time will tell. But those two very close, so we'll see on the Democratic side how that's going to map out. Why this race is so critical? Because Democrats are looking to flip 4 Senate seats in November to take control from Republicans.
Taking a look at the race for Texas Attorney General. Again, we had Ken Paxton leaving this office to pursue a seat on the U.S. Senate. So we have 4 Republicans going for this office.
And this one looks like it will definitely be going to a runoff between Congressman Chip Roy, who represents Texas's 21st district. That, of course, includes San Antonio and much of the Hill Country. And he will be in a runoff with Mays Middleton, who is the leader from the primary tonight on the Republican side with 40% of the vote. And the challenge on the other side for the Democrats, if we can take a look at those numbers, and it looks like that Mr. Johnson there securing about 48% of the vote, Nathan Johnson, and then Joe Jaworski with 27% of the vote. And then, of course, Anthony Tony Box with 25%. Those two have been very close, but Nathan Johnson with a very much of a lead there throughout the night. But remember, these candidates need to have 50% of the vote in order to avoid a runoff. Now let's get to the race for Texas Governor. Greg Abbott Facing a total of 19 challengers when you look at both sides of the aisle as he looks to secure a 4th term.
Governor Abbott will move on to the November race. 82% of the vote, which really didn't come as much of a surprise tonight. Listen in as he spoke with his supporters technically last night.
Thank you for the resounding victory. Thank you for making me your nominee to be your next governor for the great state of Texas. Listen, what we've done, you heard Derek and Cassie talk about it. What we've done is really just deliver common sense.
And here is a look at who Governor Abbott will likely face, or who will face. It looks like we have that check mark there. Gina Hinojosa of Austin with 60% of the vote. She will be on the November ballot. She has been maintaining her lead throughout the night. This really wasn't that much of a contest. So we will see the two facing off. By the way, the last time a Democrat was in the governor's seat in Texas was in 1995.
And we did speak with Gina earlier today. I just want to mention what she said. She says that she feels great for the show of support. And this is quoting Gina Hinojosa. She says, "I love that people have been in this fight with me for public schools, working families. They showed up. They supported me. They know that together we can win. And I am ready," she says, in terms of facing Governor Abbott, which is a big uphill battle for her in November. Again, we appreciate you for being with us. We know it is at 12:25 on Wednesday, but we wanted to make sure along here at KENS 5 with our team in the back doing a lot of great work, making sure that you had the most up-to-date and latest numbers. It is a lot on this primary election, and we are not done.
It is not over yet. The numbers are still coming in from the Bexar County Elections Department, and we will still be keeping track of those numbers throughout the night. Check KENS5.com for the live numbers that will be coming in from both the local races and the state races.
And of course, our morning team, along with that team, they're trickling in right now to get you ready. So starting at 4:30 on KENS 5 and KENS 5 Plus, they will have the latest results and they will carry you through till 9 in the morning as well on KENS 5 Plus. But if you don't want to wait, I know it's been impatient. You know, Sue Kalberg warned us to have patience because it was going to take some time to get these results specifically for Bexar County. KENS5.com, as Alicia mentioned, is your best friend.
And thanks to all who voted. Have a good night.